So, good morning, everybody. People are still outside, or we are all in? I hope we are all in. If not, people need to come later. So, yeah, welcome everybody to this wonderful event on 100% renewable heating and cooling. My name is Ralf Roman Schmidt. I get my salary at least from Austria, from AIT, Austrian Institute of Technology. However, I am here in the role of the chairman of the platform of the RHC platform. I would like to welcome everybody now for this annual event of the platform, and I have a few opening words to you. Since we are in a situation, we are in a point where renewable heating and cooling is a key point. Europe is still talking about electrifying everything. Europe is still talking about hydrogen a lot, and putting a strong voice on renewable heating and cooling is still important task for us today, and this event contributes very much to showing the innovations and the power the sector has, showing the different technologies that are possible for heating and cooling, renewable heating and cooling. And I would like, I'm a district heating guy. I love district heating a lot, and I have another presentation in the afternoon, and I tell you in detail why I love district heating a lot. But I would phrase it in a way that I see a lot of synergies and symbiosis. I would like to emphasize there's a lot of symbiosis between all renewable heating and cooling technologies. So together with district heating and cooling, obviously, they all have a role, and both can only they boost the existence of each other. So they support each other. So a district heating network cannot operate without a heat pump, without a solar, without biofuels. So that there's a lot of synergies, and vice versa. So you cannot bring renewable heating and cooling to dense urban areas without a district heating network. So no one will install hundreds of biofuel boilers in a dense urban area. So you need the district heating again. So there's a very good symbiosis between all those technologies. And there's a lot of things to come in the next future. We saw the energy crisis. Unfortunately, that went down again, but I very much hope, so the energy prices are going down again. So gas prices is in Europe very low again, but I very much hope that the events from the past gave us lessons learned, and people are more wise now and react better to install and go for renewable heating and cooling technologies. And that's basically my opening words. So leave the floor to Dominic.
Thank you very much, Ralf Roman, for these good welcome words. First of all, I wish you all the luck and success for the chairmanship of this year. My name is Dominic Rutz. I was the chairman of the platform last year. It was a very good job to do, and we achieved quite good some good results. And I wish you all the best for this year.
Thanks.
So just let me highlight a few points on the last year, 2022, when it was my turn to be the chair of the platform. Actually, in my personal view, we started quite bad with bad news when from 2021 to 2022, because during the year's shift, the European Commission announced the taxonomy and the inclusion of nuclear and natural gas as sustainable. At the time, there was a big debate about the sustainability of biomass, for example. So in my view, a bit of weird discussions. And this also impacted our work in the platform, because we had to rediscuss about nuclear power as well in some of the working groups. And yeah, but that is part of the process in Europe. And let's see how it further will develop. The other issue, of course, was the Ukraine war with all the impacts on fuels, on prices. And of course, this also impacted the ETIP, because like it highlighted the need to do something in the cooling sector, which was for a long time neglected on the political scene. Now it is at the core of political debate, and this is very good. The other issue, that's the third point, is well, the impact of COVID. We had a lot of meetings online. It's very nice to meet you here again in the physical meeting. Also a warm welcome to all the participants that are joining online. I think this hybridization of events has advantages, disadvantages, but I think this time it's very good. Then that's the fourth thing. We shifted our contract with the European Commission for the Secretariat to a new contract in autumn last year. So this was also while influencing, of course, the workflow of the platform, but I think this transition was working very well. And the last point I would like to highlight is that we had two cooperations with other ETIPs, one with ETIPS.net on creating a position paper on sector coupling, which is very important, and the other one with ETIP Bioenergy on the role of hydrogen. And both of the papers will briefly be presented in the afternoon so that you know what is the outcome. Yeah, I don't think that I need to say something about the current situation again with the prices, and but I think there is huge opportunities exactly at the moment for the heating and cooling sector, because it is heavily debated, because the public is aware, but there is huge challenges as well, because consumers need to decide what to do for their homes. For the industry, of course, there's huge challenges in order to make the decarbonization happening. So that was my welcome speech. I would like to close this with thanking all the members of the ETIP Secretariat, but also the members who joined the ETIP. Especially, I would like to thank my colleague Olgo Birgi, who has organized the event, but also Andre, the coordinator of the Secretariat, and all the people that contributed to the agenda and to the functioning of this event. And last thing, I just highlight that we have 4 sessions today. 2 in the morning, then we have the networking lunch, we have in the afternoon the session on hybrid systems, and then we have in the end the roundtable focusing on Italy, but also on other South European countries. So that will be the program of today. And last announcement, I would like to ask all the speakers to stand here, more or less, because we have the camera here. We also talk to the online participants. So that is the good point, and then you can give the presentation. That's it. So I wish you a very nice day.
Me too. Have fun in the conference.
Okay, and then we start with the first session.
Hello, welcome everyone. Can you all hear? Okay. So this is the first panel from Crisis to Resilience, Navigating Energy Security in an Ever-Changing World. My name is Madeline van der Veld, a policy advisor from EGEC, the European Geothermal Energy Council, and I will be the moderator of this session. So it is my esteemed privilege to is working. Sorry about that. To welcome and introduce Mr. Johan Carlsen from the JRC Petten. Mr. Carlsen has made significant contributions to scientific research and innovation in the field of heating and cooling, particularly related to the development and implementation of energies for sustainable development. With a focus on practical applications, he has contributed to solutions for pressing challenges such as climate change and energy sustainability. Apologies. We are fortunate to have him here with us today. Please welcome him to the stage. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, thank you very much, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here today at this annual conference. Yeah, we have a very important task, of course, with the energy transition to make the heating and cooling supply more renewable. As we all know, almost 50% of the final energy consumption is heating and cooling, and still 70% is fossil fuel based. Let's see. I will follow this outline of this presentation, but since the other presenter could not make it, I also took the opportunity to add a few slides that I thought could be of interest to you. So I will first talk a bit about the new energy policies, and I will talk about reviews that we have done at the Joint Research Center on the Article 14 of the Energy Efficiency Directive. That is about introduce or look at the potential of energy efficiency and renewables in the heating and cooling sector. And then I will also discuss the different technologies. So the Fit for 55 package, I'm sure you all are aware of. It was launched. The sound seems to disappear sometimes, but in 2021, and the aim with the package is, of course, as the name implies, to reduce CO2 emissions by 55%. And there are many different measures and targets that are there to meet that target. One of them is, for example, to have at least 40% renewables in the energy mix. This is for the Fit for 55. This has been updated later, which I will come to. Regarding the heating and cooling, the novelty there was also to make binding targets to how much renewables and waste heat you should introduce in your energy system. And there are also new requirements on public buildings that they should be zero emissions from 2028. Then last year, the Russian invasion of Ukraine happened, and that made us speed up or try to speed up this the transition even faster. So the REPowerEU tried to address this, and one of the targets that were changed is that we should increase the renewable energy sources in the mix to 45 from 40% as it was in the Fit for 55, and also have more energy savings. Regarding the heating and cooling domain, one target is to have 30 million hydraulic heat pumps added by 2030. And also that we should develop and modernize our district heating systems to introduce more renewables and waste heat. The EU ETS is also expanded, so it will include buildings and transport. So buildings will be part of the ETS from 2028. It's a second ETS that will be in parallel to the current emission trading system. And there will be like a cost added to the suppliers of fossil fuels for the building sector. And then another important thing is that we should speed up the permitting processes for renewable projects, and that is also important for the heat pumps. Now I will move on to some of the reviews that we have done at the JRC. So these results are based on the Article 14 that I mentioned from the Energy Efficiency Directive. It was done in combination with another article of the Renewable Energy Directive, the 15.7. So renewables is also an important aspect of this analysis. I have put some of the countries in this slide that we have analyzed. I should mention that these assessments that the member states did were due end of 2020. So probably the next analysis will look a bit different, even more ambitious, but this was the state in at that time. And at that time, most of the countries expected that the heat demand would be reduced by 5 to 10% by 2030 and by 20 to 40% by 2050. The measures that would be taken then is to improve the building envelopes of the houses, buildings, and also to change supply technologies, for example, introducing more heat pumps in the heating and cooling system. I did a comparison about the assessments that the member states did for the national energy and climate plans. They were due in June 2021. Sorry, June 2019. And one could see that for some countries, they were expecting that the energy demand would reduce a bit further than what they had expected in the national energy and climate plans. So, but for other countries, the change was still similar. For the cooling demand forecast there, the picture is different. First of all, not so many member states analyzed the cooling demand. There is a problem with data availability. And the other aspect is that it's a smaller part of the whole sector. So I think they see it as less urgent. Now, another aspect might be also that there was not a real definition for renewable cooling until 2021, but now there is. So maybe that will also stimulate countries to look into this more in the future. The countries that did analyze it, they expect increased cooling demand in most cases. You see it, for example, in Malta, Croatia, Sweden, and Slovenia. There are some countries that expect a decreased cooling demand, like Denmark. And the reason that there is an expected increase in most countries is due to, for example, warmer climates, but also increased need for more comfort. Then looking at the different potentials that the economic potentials that the member states identified. Before I talk a bit about the result, I just want to reinforce or repeat that these were the results from the 2020. So they would probably look a bit different today if they would do it again. But one can see that bioenergy is still an important contributor to the economic potential of renewable cooling technologies. It is one of the largest ones in most countries. The technology that is expected to grow the most, according to these forecasts, are heat pumps. But there are also geothermal that has been identified as a good option in several countries. That is, for example, in Germany and in Flanders in Belgium. The countries have, of course, the option themselves to develop their own strategies, to choose which technologies they prefer, and so on. So that is also one reason why you will see a bit different technologies for different countries here. It depends, for example, on the climates or available resources and so on. One other conclusion that could be drawn from these analysis was that there was quite a limited growth of district heating and cooling in most countries. However, there was a lot of effort into making the existing district heating and cooling networks cleaner and more efficient. Another thing was that the high efficiency cogeneration is expected to increase in about half of the countries and decrease in the other half of the countries. Yeah. One reason that one has mentioned as for the decrease in cogeneration is that sometimes for the more modern district heating systems with many heat sources, it is maybe more flexible to have a boiler instead of a cogeneration system. Okay, so now I move on to look into a bit the different technologies in some of the countries. It's not a complete list of countries because I thought it would be too crowded. So for heat pumps, yeah, several countries identified significant potential. For example, Germany has a large potential, identified a large potential. It is, of course, a large country, so it's, but also in a relative sense, they have identified a lot of potential. Also Flanders and Austria. Then there are some countries that didn't identify as much potential. I think this will also change now after the experiences from the last years with Ukraine and so on, that one see that the pickup of sales of heat pump has increased, for example, in Poland a lot. So in 2022, there were 200,000 heat pumps added to their energy system. So I think there will be, if we repeat the analysis, it will be quite different next time. So I talk a bit here about the R&D areas. I come from the GRC heating and cooling team in Patton. We are mostly dealing with how to help the deployment of heat pumps or help with writing guidelines or definitions. So we were involved in the definition for efficient district heating and cooling to do some background analysis and for renewable cooling and so on. We are not so much into looking at the state of the art of all these different technologies. However, there are a few of the heating and cooling technologies that we have done work on, and one of them is on heat pumps. We published a report last year in the framework of the Clean Energy Technology Observatory. They do technology and market reports on many different low carbon technologies. So you are welcome to download them. The link is here, but there is also the GRC repository where you can download all our reports. So as all the technologies we discuss here in this session, heat pumps is a mature technology, but there is, of course, R&D work that needs to be, things can still be improved, of course. And one of the areas is to make the heat pumps more cost effective in less insulated buildings by reducing upfront costs and improving efficiency and extending the operating range. It is, of course, something that is always ongoing to improve these areas. Another thing is to reduce noise from compressors and fans. Because sometimes neighbor might complain about that there is noise from the heat pump next door, and this is something that can be improved. The refrigerants is another area. We still have a lot of heat pumps with the old type of refrigerants, and we need to move to better ones and less that has less impact on the climate. And also think about how to take care and dispose the old refrigerants. We can increase the smartness to make the heat pumps communicate better with the other technologies in the energy system. And then, of course, there are also, for the future, new type of heat pumps that could become important, like magnetocaloric, thermoacoustic, and so on. So here I added a slide which was maybe a bit totally part, or I mean, since I had more time, I added this slide. We have been working on a report at JRC on heat pumps. It is a comprehensive report, not only from the heating and cooling team, but we have collaborated with other teams in the unit. So it looks not only at the CO2 savings, energy savings, and so on. We also look at the impact on the power system, the jobs and skills, the vulnerable citizens, and the EU manufacturer's competitive position. It is soon to be released. We want to publish it next month before the Sustainable Energy Week event in Brussels. Moving on to the bioenergy. First thing to note is that 12 out of the 23 member states that we have analyzed did include biomass in their analysis. You might wonder why it's only 23, and the reason is that we have not received all the member states' assessments of the potentials yet. So, and there are some of them that are also still in translation, the ones that arrived late. As I mentioned on a previous slide, there was a significant potential identified in several countries. Some expressed hesitation to use biomass as a heat application. So here, the bioenergy R&D areas, as I said, this is not really our research area. Maybe if I can give some ideas what I think seems important from my point of view. To continue the advanced or improvements of the combustion for improved efficiency and emission profiles is one area. Given also what's happening in Ukraine, the supply chains and all that is becoming more important to make sure that you have the fuel that you need. Yeah, and then for the future, something that seems very interesting is if you can combine the bioenergy with the carbon capture and storage so that you have a negative emission of CO2 that seems like a quite good thing to have in the future energy system. Moving on to geothermal. Here it was 9 out of 22 countries, should be 23 countries that analyzed the potential. There was significant potential, as I mentioned earlier, identified in Germany, Flanders, and then also some in France, Finland, and Austria. Here, it will, of course, depend on what heat sources do you have available, at what depth are they, what will it cost to get the heat, which is the temperature of the heat, and so on. So we cannot expect that every country will have the same amount of economic potential here. Regarding the R&D areas, to reduce investment costs, I think seems important. So to do the geological characterization, to have cheaper drilling. smart monitoring and control systems to optimize operation and maintenance. Maybe to explore synergies with similar technologies like the CCS, oil and gas exploration, and to offer balancing services to the power system, and use the geothermal source as a storage. I'm sure you are already looking into many of those areas, but it seems interesting to me. Solar heat, there are 10 out of the 23 analyzed solar thermal for district heating and for individual solutions. Most countries didn't identify that much potential. Germany has quite a bit though, 50 terawatt hours, and then Flanders and France. So here the R&D areas could be to improve the performance, enhance absorption and reduce heat losses. For solar, the thermal storage technologies are of course important because it varies during the day, it depends on the weather, and also over the year. Then you also need to integrate it with the other existing heat infrastructure and to make that work very well. And also how it can be combined with other heat systems like biomass, geothermal, and waste heat. So that was my last slide. I thank you very much again for giving me the opportunity to present here, and I wish you a very nice conference. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'm welcome to answer.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I don't know if anyone has any burning questions that we could start with. Dominic? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice presentation. I wondered that like some of the graphs you presented were quite empty. So that means to me that the member states didn't include that in the policies, in the plans, right? And many of these figures, as you mentioned, come from 2020, right? So it needs to be updated. So the question would be, also for JRC, like how is this information transferred to the European Commission directly, or also to, you know, to those people who need to, in the end, to implement the policies at the national levels? Like how does it work? Because to me, it seems now that many of the countries perhaps didn't do their homework in terms of including the potentials in the plans, because like the one issue is what they think is a potential, and on the other side there is the real like scientific potential. So it's a political question. So the question to you would be like, how do you see that like the process will go in order to push member states more being committing, more being or including targets in the plans and so on?
Okay. Yeah, so first of all, we do the review for DG ENER, so they are the receiver of the analysis. And then eventually, once we have received all the different assessments from the member states and we have reviewed them, then it will be published in a report. I wouldn't say that they didn't do their homework. I think it's also up to member states to decide on which technologies they would like to prioritize. So what they need to do is to make sure that they meet the targets. However, I think that in the next round of assessments, I think they would look more into other technologies. For example, heat pumps, I think, would be covered more, for all countries in the future, more or less, because, due to what happened in Ukraine, we know that it is important to diversify and to go for more renewable energy sources. And also, since we want to speed up the transition, I think countries might also look into more other options than the ones that they usually looked into. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I noticed the slide said 2022, and I'm assuming that's based on the 2019 information you sort of mentioned.
Yeah.
So my understanding is in March this year, 2023, there were supposed to be revisions of the NECPs. They will give a lot more detail, I'm assuming. 3 countries, Belgium, Germany, and Poland, haven't even submitted yet, but about 20 have. How quickly are you going to incorporate the new NECPs? Because, you know, looking at those slides, not really giving a fair assessment for today's necessary evaluation under the sort of pressures we're currently under. Thank you.
Yes. So these data were mainly based from the 2020 review of the Article 14, or the assessments that the member states did then. Regarding the NCPs, our team is not involved in the review there, but another team in ISPRA, and they are evaluating these different assessments. I don't know exactly what the timeline is for them to have it ready, but it is something that we are busy with within the JRC.
May I ask a second question?
Yeah.
You mentioned the assessment will have, your new report will have an impact on the electricity system from the use of heat pumps, which was, you know, clearly presented. What is the impact approximately? You're going to present this in June. It's already halfway through May.
Yeah.
What is the impact?
Yeah. So what we looked at, we used the data for the Repower EU. So we assume that we would add 30 million hydraulic heat pumps by 2030, and also some additional air-to-air heat pumps. The impact was, if you look at the coldest day in the winter, then the impact on average is that you will add about 5 to 10% of the electricity consumption on such a day. Then there might be some peaks and so on during the day. It depends a bit on how you operate your heat pumps, if you have a setback temperature or if you keep it constant. So it depends a bit on the assumptions you make there. The peak will be a bit higher than the 5 to 10%, but yeah. Does it answer your question, or do you want more?
I think I was looking for a more global figure on the impact on the system, you know, generally speaking, by moving towards more and more heat pumps. But, you know, maybe that's an unfair question in front of it.
Yeah, well, I think maybe I should check with the modelers. I think my personal impression is that the impact is not that big in the end. By 2030, it seems to be manageable. And yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, I believe we have some questions coming from online as well. So I'll hand it over to my colleague Saverio.
So yeah, Valerie is asking if you can recall the methodology to collect the information, because some outcomes about solar thermal are a bit weird from her point of view, especially the lack of interest in Spain and Portugal. So if you can recall the, yeah.
We have reviewed the member states' assessments. So the member states have submitted reports on their analysis where they evaluated the economic potential for different heating and cooling technologies.
Okay, I have a question of my own. So the RHC-ETIP plans to provide feedback to the draft versions of the member states' NECPs, the ones that are currently being drafted, of course. And once they are published, we're wondering also, are NECPs the right tool then to use for platforms such as RHC-ETIP to influence national targets and policies in terms of RHC innovation and deployment?
Yeah, well, I think it would be interesting with any feedback that we receive from their analysis. I'm not, yeah. I think there are some people, of course, listening to that, so I think it's a good thing. Yeah.
Sure, okay. Any other questions from the audience before I move on to another of my own? Yes.
Hi, I'm coming from the Euroheating Power Conference, and I get a bit of a different impression about the importance of district heating and cooling in the future. So, but that is probably due to the time, because Euroheating Power has just made a new country review, which is quite up to date, and there district heating and cooling will take a much bigger part and share, and increases. We are talking about doubling from current position. So it's a complete, let's say, a reversed picture. And countries are talking about priorities for district heating, cooling in cities, and heat pumps, individual heat pumps outside of cities as mainstream. Yeah. So that's, for me, correcting the picture also a little bit that you have painted. But thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't want to be negative towards district heating and cooling. I think it's a great technology, of course, and I think it has a lot of potential. It is maybe a bit more, 2030 is almost tomorrow when it comes to these type of assessments, so the time frame is important, and yeah.
Okay, so another one from our side. In light of the upcoming heat pump action plan, which role do you envisage for district heating, and in particular that of large heat pumps?
Yeah, well, heat pumps is, I mean, large heat pumps is also part of the heat pump action plan, so that will be taken into account. Exactly in which way, that still remains to be seen, because right now there is a call for evidence, and yeah, I think it closes any day now, and then there will be stakeholder events where the Commission will collect inputs, and then by the end of the year there will be it will be launched on the heat pump action plan. So it's still to be shaped. I mean, exactly how it will look like. Yeah.
Sure. And then also a second question kind of attached to the same topic, how to accelerate exactly the deployment of this sort of technology, and taking into consideration the concurrent Net Zero Industry Act as well.
Yeah. Yes, the heat pump action plan is also working with the stakeholders to try to boost the deployment of heat pumps. So it is taken into account. At least one tries to. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, sure. Yeah. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
So good to see you after 24 years again. We have been former colleagues. Johan, in your slides where you referred to biomass, did this data only include direct biomass combustion, or did it also include, say, more advanced use concepts where you pyrolyze, gasify, whatever you can do with biomass?
It depends a bit from country to country. Some have only stated biomass combustion and other more advanced technologies.
More questions from the audience, so I can move on to another of my own? No? Okay. So the heating and cooling sector seems to be taking a second place to the power sector and the European Commission's policies and initiatives, while it actually constitutes around half of the overall EU energy consumption. And so, first of all, why do you think this is so? And second of all, should there be more emphasis in supporting research, development and innovation, and then also deployment of RHC technologies from the Commission side?
Yeah, well, yes, in the past it was like that the power sector was what was addressed the first, and then yeah, I think for about 10 years, heating and cooling has become more important. It is recognized that we also have to address that sector, of course. I think historically the reason for addressing the power system was that because it was easier, you have fewer stakeholders, and you can. But with the heating and cooling sector, you have many stakeholders, and for example, the house owners and so on that you need to convince to make the step to renewable technology. So it has to be done, but it's less. Not as easy, but now we try to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess also in light of this, I do have another question, kind of more on the topic of funding, because there's a lot of provisions in various parts of legislation at the moment, and I'm wondering how you foresee that kind of going in terms of funding into the sector for continued research and development, innovation, but also deployment, because I think we have kind of a clear path ahead of ourselves when it comes to the RES target of 45% renewables.
Okay, with regard to the funding, I don't know all the details. I mean, I know some pieces here and there. For example, the EU ETS 2, there they feed some of those the income they get from selling these emission rights are funneled back to research. But I think I would pass on that question.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Any other questions online or from anyone in person? Perhaps different perspectives from different countries. I know we probably have a fair few of Italians in the room, maybe some Austrians, Germans, or French. No? Okay, well, if there are no burning questions, I guess we can move to close this first session. So I thank you all very much for your participation, and yeah, I welcome you to the coffee break in the hall. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlson.
Thank you.
Okay, almost. People still getting their last coffee. Thank you so much for joining us again, online and offline. Welcome to the second session, where we talk about the breakthroughs that are happening. I see speakers are coming. If you wish, you can come here as well, I guess. So we're all here. Some speakers are here live. One speaker, due to logistics, has chosen to connect via the internet. So, my name is Dan Stefanica. I'm from the European Heat Pump Association. If you were paying attention to the last presentation, you saw that heat pumps, but not just our sector, the entire renewable heating and cooling sector is getting a lot of attention these days from all the reasons that we know and we're very much aware of. So,
In this session, we will talk about all the breakthroughs, maybe a little bit of market data of all the technologies that we represent, where we see them in the future, the work that is being done, the projects that are being done, and well, hopefully some event invitations as well that are coming up. So I would like to introduce the first speaker of the session. It's Marco Calderoni. He is a senior project manager and quality manager at R2M Solution. He is currently chairman of the European Solar Thermal Technology Panel within RHC-ETIP. Marco graduated in mechanical engineering in 2003 and has been working in the field of renewable heating and cooling ever since. His main expertise is on solar thermal, geothermal heat pumps, and district heating and cooling. One note before I give the floor to Marco, if you are online and you have any questions, please tag the speaker that they are addressed to. As we have 5 speakers in this session, it would be far easier if you would just tag. Just say @Marco, @Dan, @Walter, and so on. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, everybody. So I'm honored to be the first speaker of this session. So solar thermal can be the introductory technology for the morning session. Okay, you know me meanwhile, thanks to the presentation of Dan. The topic will be not only solar thermal, actually it starts from solar thermal, but moves then to thermal energy storage, which of course is one main component of any solar thermal system. But the focus you will see will go more on thermal energy storage in general. Okay, next slide, please. I do it? Okay, thank you, sorry. As an introduction, I took most of the data from the annual report of Solar Heat Europe on the market of solar thermal. So sometimes I quote it, sometimes I don't, but the main data comes from there. Otherwise, I will tell you. Now, I thought I start with some reasons why solar thermal, and compared to other technologies, of course, to conventional technologies. Some years ago, I would have focused more on the energy side, on efficiency, etc. But I think meanwhile, we have other topics which are even more relevant. So first of all, where is solar thermal manufactured? Mainly in Europe. And that's, I think, an important issue because we want to, because our technologies, renewable technologies usually benefit from incentives. We want as much as possible to incentivize also the industry indirectly, and that's a very good news. Also, when it comes to solar thermal, a wide part of the cost, let's say, is allocated towards lower part of the value chain. So it creates jobs locally. Another good reason for solar. Of course, solar thermal is almost 100% renewable, apart from, with the exception of the energy needed for the pump, which is, we can quantify to 1 or 2% of the thermal energy gain. Most or all components are reusable or recyclable. Low cost of solar heat, that's one of the traditional arguments, still valid, of course. And last but not least, solar thermal, you may know, was the one introducing a key mark in the renewable heating and cooling sectors. Solar key mark is now very well established. Fine, figures. The market, a bit stagnating in the last years. If we were to look at the 2000s, we would see a dramatic increase, and then of course the economic crisis, etc. But I wanted to no, it's not okay, doesn't matter, to put the focus on the last 2 years with a very high increase in newly installed area. Okay, that's a good news, of course, but then we will look at why this happened. The picture when we look at the last year market, or actually 2021 market, is this one. So Germany leading by far. And then we have Greece and Italy right afterwards, but very far from Germany. Now, the main reason for this increase last year seems to be the Italian market. And here, because we're in Italy, I thought one slide I devote to the Italian market. Okay, as Italians know very well, and probably some of the non-Italians also know, in Italy, a very particular incentive mechanism was introduced called super bonus. It was targeting the building sector in general, so construction sector, and it is, or was, because now it's a bit on hold, financing completely the investment. Given certain conditions, you had to improve consistently the energy efficiency of your building. But what matters is you got all the costs covered, a little bit more than 100%, 110%. Okay, great. Many consider it a fantastic mechanism. Of course, it had some very good, let's say, aspects, and it worked. It worked too much because now we dramatically exceeded the let's say, threshold or the maximum allowed incentive, let's say. And that was also one of the main reasons for it is not 100% good, because now we are in the position that many did the design of their renewal of the house, of the renovation, and everything is stopped. So this, of course, pulled very much the entire construction market. It was actually conceived as an incentive mechanism for the construction industry, which is, of course, very relevant in Italy, you know, the crisis, the pandemic, etc. But as said, it also has some drawbacks, which I think we must take into consideration. Another thing to know is super bonus was especially successful in the single family houses sector. So unfortunately, when it comes to solar thermal, it didn't manage either to boost solar thermal in multifamily houses, which we all know has many issues, technical issues, because, yeah, okay, I won't go in the detail because we don't have time. But so the analysis is, the takeaway here could be super bonus, great idea. The next time we can improve it consistently. So if other countries were to get inspired by this, there are definitely many things one could do better or should do better. Okay, now again from the Solar Heat Europe report, let's frame solar thermal in the energy crisis. We're also solar thermal is also experiencing logistic problems, which actually existed also prior to the current energy crisis due to the Ukraine war. Inflation is, of course, an issue because increasing energy prices mean also or lead to increased production cost. And then on the other side, of course, increased energy prices are also an opportunity, which is quite obvious. So these three key messages about solar in the energy crisis. Now, let's slightly move to the thermal energy storage issue. Again, from the Solar Heat Europe report, I want to put your attention here on the estimated thermal energy storage capacity connected to solar thermal systems. This is almost 190 gigawatt hours estimated, okay? And as a comparison, I took from Solar Power Europe the data about installed battery capacity only in the residential sector. This is what I found, but still there are 2 orders of magnitude difference, 1.5. So you see how, in principle, relevant, even if we look only at the thermal energy storage connected to solar heating systems, thermal energy storage could be in the future in the overall energy system. Why thermal energy storage? Okay, we know that electricity is hard to be stored directly, so direct electric storage, let's call them batteries. We know that most of the current electric storage goes through pumped systems, so hydropower in principle, represents 90%. And this is more or less exploited. There is no big potential to increase this. And that's why we are looking at other options. And today we're interested in power to heat. And we know that in order to avoid curtailing of renewable electricity in the future, we need to increase by 2 or 3 orders of magnitude the current installed capacity for electricity storage or for storing electricity in one of these ways. Another data point I found in literature, University of Lleida made a research and tried to quantify the domestic hot water tank capacity in terms of gigawatt hours. So it's not connected to solar thermal in this case. We're talking about only domestic hot water tanks. This amounts to an estimated value of 125 gigawatt hours, again, a lot. And then we could think of thermal energy storage connected to heat pumps, to biomass systems, etc. So just imagine how much thermal energy storage capacity is already currently installed at European level. And if we look at this, this comes from the recent white paper RHC-ETIP wrote together with ETIPSnet. I'll be reporting about this at the very end with Dominique. This is a graphic showing the range of capacities, of storage capacities across technologies. And you see that heat storage, the yellow, is quite big actually. The biggest range part of the range is, of course, the big solar district heating connected seasonal storages. So we could offer as a sector a lot of thermal energy, or energy storage, thermal in our case, to the grid. Then another data point. I had a quick look at the past and current work program of Horizon Europe, just to check, is thermal energy storage being consistently subsidized, or the research around it subsidized? Yes, the answer is yes. I just took the names of the calls talking explicitly about storage, but one could, if you take the work program of Horizon Europe and search for storage, you find so many calls where in the description the word storage is included. So just some keywords. Sector integration is a big topic, of course. High temperature geothermal reservoirs, plug and play solutions for renewable storage, flexibility thanks to distributed energy storage. Thermal energy storage was a call explicitly on thermal energy storage, storage for industrial applications. And then this is the current work program. Sorry, this one was 2021, 2022. Now this is 2023, 2024. We have a bit less, but still we have waste heat utilization from data centers. It doesn't talk explicitly about storage in the title, but because I was involved in a proposal, I know that one of the first bullets was seasonal thermal energy storage, okay? Then we have seasonal heat and cooling storage, a call explicitly on that. And then we have novel energy storage for CSP. So another domain of within the solar thermal sector, but still it's talking about storage. Okay, now I need to talk about a couple of projects, just one slide, because we are involved, and those make sense to me to just give you a couple of examples. HiStor is a project where we're looking at, our technology partners are looking at developing 4 specific technologies. I think 3 are PCMs and 1 is a TCM, so phase change material based storage, thermochemical material based storage. And where I want to put the focus is that the project is not only about developing the technology, the storage technology, but there is a whole work package, because the call asked for that, about provision of hybrid services. So in the end, it's again ICT. We have ICT across most of the research projects in the meantime, at least in our sector. And it's about developing a higher level control system, which is capable of making the heat pump and the storage talk to the grid and anticipate, the peak, reducing the peak, anticipating bad weather, good weather, all this stuff. So this is HISTOR. You're welcome to have a look at it. Just started. And another one is Parmenides. We're also involved here. This is about hybrid energy storage. Was submitted under one of the calls I mentioned before last year. So this is about, again, a higher level control, which is capable of managing different kinds of storages, thermal, electric, but not only. It's also about, okay, what is district heating connected? It's still thermal, hydrogen, electric batteries. So you see there is a push from the European Commission to develop ICT technologies controls in the end, at the end of the day, which are capable in the future of making installed storages talk to the network. In the end, it's sector coupling. And by network, sorry, I mean the electricity grid. Okay. Fine. We're basically done. The solar thermal panel, which I'm currently chairing, is again undergoing elections now. This will happen in June. And so a couple of months ago, we started thinking of what could be the priorities at the level of the panel in this new mandate, so in the next 3-4 years, let's say. And for sure, one thing will be to discuss to what extent installed thermal energy storage connected to solar thermal systems can indeed be exploited for providing flexibility services, demand response services to the grid. It's not trivial at all, in my opinion, and that's why I suggested we devote some attention to that, because now I just put a very simple picture on the right. Sorry for the Italian caption I forgot to change. But if you look at the storage of any renewable heating and cooling technology, in this case it's solar thermal, it's connected on the bottom part of the storage, and then you have on the top something like a boiler. Nowadays it will be more a heat pump, so it's a different integration with a heat pump. This is an old picture I used for training when I was at my first job. You have to think that, okay, great, we have this thermal energy storage capacity available. We could heat it up when there is an excess of PV or wind energy in the grid. Okay, but what happens then? That we have the storage fully charged, and if solar thermal is providing heat and has to provide it in an environment which is already heated up because the electric resistance or the heat pump filled it up or charged it, it won't work. So it's again another level of complexity we're adding, and the question is, can we actually exploit what is already installed to offer flexibility services to the grid and maybe also get some reward in turn? Or do we have to change the way we size thermal storages for solar thermal, but the same probably could apply to heat pumps and whatsoever, in order for flexibility services to be actually possible? This is the question I'm just putting on the table. I don't want to discuss it today, but for sure this is something we will have to think about, and probably the industry will have to think about. Flexibility tariffs are coming, still not really in place, but sooner or later it will be just happening. And this, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from Marco, from the audience? No? I have two questions for you. You showed on the screen the opportunities available in the work program of Horizon Europe for TES. What about the opportunities that are there, hopefully, for solar thermal?
Okay. Yeah, I would say not so many. If we look at, if we search the work program for solar thermal, for the keyword solar thermal, you won't find a lot. Actually, a couple, I think, in this present work program. But let's say the main problem, let's call it problem of solar thermal when it comes to policy, European policy, is that, especially in the set plan, is that solar looked at the NENT, maybe as an end user technology. So it is not usually financed as a generation technology, as an energy generation technology. It is financed, or it can be financed in all those calls which talk about buildings or industry. I mean, not all, of course, but in many. So the good news is that you can probably, if you're a solar thermal operator, find some room in many calls, but you will not find a call which is explicitly dedicated to solar thermal. And this is a big limit, I think. And sorry, Heat Europe is working very much to make this change. And I think recently we made a step forward, and maybe we'll manage to have solar thermal in one of the implementing working groups of the set plan on the generation side. Today, they are looking mostly on CSP, but CSP, I mean, is solar thermal, but it's a completely different world. We want solar thermal medium low temperature to be looked at as a generation technology. And then it would probably in the future reflect also in the financing programs.
If you were to make, you know, more suggestions towards the work program of Horizon Europe, maybe LIFE, maybe Interreg and so on, what would you put there as research, development, and innovation priorities for solar thermal?
Okay.
The sky's the limit, eh?
Yeah, good question. Well, we have as a panel within the Renewable Heating and Cooling platform, we do have a strategic research and implementation agenda, and you can download it from the RHC webpage, subpage ESTTP, European Solar Thermal Technology Panel. In short, we looked at the research priorities from the perspective of components and systems. So one thing is improving components, and one thing is integrating the solar thermal system in the wider picture of an industrial plant, of a district heating plant, of a building plant. So this is the big division, and of course then we have non-technological priorities. So these are the three main chapters. Then if you look a bit more, you will find digitalization as again an issue. So ICT is everywhere, as I said before. We're looking at, let's say, the 2-3 main technologies which we think will increase in the future are solar district heating, obvious, solar heat for industrial processes. I must admit this is something we keep saying, but it is true that although it didn't explode, it is there. And people, many people I know keep working on that at industrial level, and I'm quite confident it will happen sooner or later, that it boosts. PVT, so hybrid photovoltaic thermal, is something which is coming a lot. There are more and more manufacturers now on the market. So these would be, let's say, the three keywords. There are more, but these are the three main, I would say.
Super. Any questions from the audience online? No? Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that there was a problem with the supply of components. Which components and what is the reason?
Well, I would say it's not about a specific component, it's about the raw materials in general. So what I was referring to is that also solar thermal is currently experiencing issues with the timing with which manufacturers receive, let's say, how do you say in English, half worked material. I don't know the English word, but you know, so either the raw material, but it's more about what is in between the raw material and the final product. So, but this, what the message I wanted to send is that it's not something related now to the very recent Ukraine war. It's something which was ongoing since before, at least since, let's say, the pandemics, and then all the problems we had in the Suez Canal, you know, all this stuff. So as happens in any construction project, I'm just renovating my house, and I realized how difficult it is to get the material for the operator to get the material in time. We are also having issues with that, and consequently the how do you say delivery periods is longer, and it's harder to maintain the deadlines. This is just, it's not about, at least to my knowledge, specific components.
Okay, thank you so much. One more question we will take, and then you're free to see Marco at lunch.
So just an additional comment, again, on seasonal
seasonal thermal storage. Yeah, thank you. Could you comment again on seasonal thermal storages in district heating, so their role and their potential?
Okay, I don't know exactly what is the level, expected level of the answer. Well, seasonal thermal storage is something which is being used in district heating systems since, I would say, the 90s, more or less, especially at the bit commercial level in the 2000s, and then now it's really at commercial level because district heating in Denmark is just, it started in Denmark. Is really well developed, and they have land available. So this is the big difference to what happens in other European countries in the surrounding of cities. So this means storages, which are now sized so big that I don't even remember exactly the typical capacities, but we're talking about tenths or hundreds of thousands of cubic meters. So it's really, as you saw, where it's comparable to the sizes of hydropower pump system storages. So, and those are being charged in summer. For example, by district heat, by solar, large solar plants installed on the ground. But those could be also charged with heat pumps, electric resistance sometimes, depending on what is the current situation with the energy market. I remember in Denmark, they often have already 10 years ago had excess electricity from wind, and then either they sold it to Sweden for almost nothing and then had to buy it back in other times of the year, or sometimes they stored the electricity in form of heat sometimes just with an electric resistance, not even a heat pump, and at least they had these big storages heated. So I don't know exactly what was the level of the question. So this is as far as I think I can go now.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Marco, if you want, you can sit here, but then you will strain your neck, I think. And it's also a little bit warm from the lights. So thank you so much for the presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the second speaker, Walter Haslinger. He has a PhD in mechanical engineering from Vienna University of Technology. Since 2009, he's a member of the biomass panel of RHC. Since 2011, he is a member of the board of the ETIP as well. Since October 2014, he is the CEO and CSO of BEST, Bioenergy and Sustainable Technologies. Former Bioenergy 2020 Plus. Since June 2017, he is a deputy professor for energy technology at the Energy Division, Luleå University of Technology in Sweden. So the floor is yours. Hopefully the microphone.
Thanks a lot for the kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. My presentation differs quite a bit from the one of Marco. I will be, more technology specific on highlighting, I would say one key advantage that biomass to heat solutions have over other renewable technologies. And this is the supply of high temperature heat, not for heating and cooling houses in a first step, but rather for high temperature applications in industry. I need the click. To start with, the core technology that I will refer to is the dual fluidized bed biomass steam gasification technology. It has been implemented at industrial scale in several places throughout Europe, up to 32 megawatt fuel input in Gothenburg, the Gobigas project. Most of the plants have been operated as CHP plants, except for the Gobigas plant that was already operated as for SNG production purposes. The core process as such, the dual fluidized bed process, consists of two separate reactors, a gasification reactor that is operated around 800 to 850 degrees centigrade, and a combustion reactor that operates between 900 and up to almost 1000 degrees centigrade. In the combustion sector, we burn the char, the the solid residue from the gasification reaction by fluidizing the reactor with air, heating up the bed material that circulates together with the bed material and finally provides the heat when it returns to the gasification reactor. The gasification reactor, and this is the particularity of the technology that I'm talking about today, is fluidized with steam. So there is no air involved. There is no nitrogen involved in the whole process. And by that, hydrogen-rich syngas can be produced from the process with about 40% plus hydrogen and about 25% carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and roughly 10% of methane and other short hydrocarbons. Again, this core process, depicted here in the middle, can be modified using basically the same technological concept. Purpose, say, grown. If you want to the syngas composition towards product gas, you can operate the system as a so-called sorption-enhanced reformer, where you substitute the bed material that is in the, say, in the classical process, either olivine or used silica sand, by, for example, carbon oxide, which captures in the gasification reactor the carbon dioxide and shifts it chemically towards the combustion sector where it is, recovered and the carbon dioxide released there. By doing so, you manage to get hydrogen concentrations in the product gas up to 70%. If your purpose is to increase the carbon efficiency of the process and to shift the composition of the product gas from hydrogen rather to carbon monoxide, then carbon dioxide can substitute part of the steam that you use as gasification agent. And hydrogen concentration goes down to about 20%, and carbon monoxide concentration goes up well above 30%. By that, you can achieve carbon conversion efficiency of the feedstock that you use, of the biomass, the organic residue, the waste, up to 100%, with 100% of the carbon from the feedstock ending up in the carbon monoxide of your syngas. Just a few words on the technology readiness levels of these concepts. Classical dual fluidized bed gasification is for high quality biomass, is market ready. This is proven technology. Sorption enhanced reforming is probably in range of a TRL of 5 to 6. Carbon dioxide gasification is slightly on top of that. Now, how can we use and produce the different syngas qualities from one core process? The value chain, the process chain that we're looking at starts with the feedstock input. You have the dual fluidized bed system here, pilot plant that we operate in Vienna. And we produce a raw syngas that can finally be converted, was converted, market ready and used in CHPs. It can be refined or used as raw syngas in gaseous phase, or it can be used as a raw material for other downstream synthesis processes, ending up in liquid products or in solid products if you look for wax. All of them being input streams for refining of biomass to high-value products at the end. I'm not quite precise in using the term syngas in my presentation, and I try to explain why. Actually, I'm using it for three different, say, qualities of syngas. the raw syngas that is just purified and cleaned from tars, particulate matter, after the gasification process. And two more qualities of syngas: synthetic natural gas that is downstream processed to SNG, and also hydrogen. What is common to them and makes them somewhat unique, as I already referred to at the beginning of my presentation, is the high temperatures you can achieve with that. Be aware that this is combustion temperature, not adiabatic flame temperature. It would be much higher, but what I wanted to address here is that in air combustion atmosphere, you can achieve adiabatic combustion temperatures, and here with the process temperatures that you need up to about 1500 degrees centigrade. This is comparable to high quality wood pellets. Only hydrogen goes on top of that. So it should refer and show that this is a particular asset that biomass has. And if you convert the biomass to a gaseous energy carrier, then in quite a bit of cases, it is the only renewable heat source to substitute natural gas. The three process to the different syngas qualities differ substantially in complexity, but they all undergo and pass the raw syngas situation, where we have our core process, the gasification process, a raw gas cleaning, and then a tar removal that we usually do with in an RME scrubber. SNG is much longer, much more complicated. Hydrogen is somewhere in between. And without going into details, I would just mention two aspects that could also be interesting for you, Johan. Both of these process chains allow the separation of have in common that quite cleaned and purified carbon dioxide is removed at some stage. If you compare these three, say, different syngas qualities, raw syngas, the use of raw syngas, has definitely the lowest production costs, the least technical complexity. It can be used to substitute natural gas and opportunity fuels in so-called multi-fuel burners, usually with only very minor adaptations of the burners. You might have, on the application side, limitations due to impurities that still come along with the raw syngas. If it substitutes opportunity fuels, you can be sure that this is still a better fuel quality that an opportunity fuel has. But the hydrogen content can be a challenge for certain applications. What is required, because the raw syngas is you can hardly store or transport it over larger distances, that such a concept using the raw syngas must be integrated on site or near site the application, and it needs to be more or less operated continuously as much as the plant, to the maximum the plant allows you. 7,500 hours a year is a realistic opportunity, is a realistic view, probably meanwhile even more. Amongst these three qualities, process chains using raw syngas on the application side will definitely have the highest efficiency of such a chain of about 80% of the chemical energy that is stored in the biomass or the waste that you used at the beginning of the process. On the other end of the cost side, there is SNG with the most, say, complex, sophisticated downstream upgrading efforts. You also need an electrolyzer to roughly double their hydrogen content in order to maximize the carbon conversion efficiency. But the big advantages of SNG are it's storable, and you can distribute it via the natural gas grid, and it's a real drop-in substitution of natural gas. If you compare this, the quality of SNG, the fine gas cleaning efforts are that high. You need to go to parts per billion, single-digit parts per billion for sulfur and chlorine content before the catalysis process, before the synthesis process. It is much cleaner at the end than the natural gas in our grids, referring to sulfur and chlorine content. And as I showed before, the process change allows carbon capture and is therefore possibly also an asset for emission trading. Hydrogen is on the cost side, slightly below the SNG path. Storage and distribution via grids is limited if the same energy density or transport capacity via the grids should be maintained. An adaptation or substitution of burners is a must. And it's a no-go for certain applications that do not sustain hydrogen. For example, in stainless steel making industry, certain applications will not allow the use of hydrogen, but will still they cannot be electrified either. They will still need a type of methane. And if this can be a green methane, it should be either from biogas or SNG from biomass gasification. Again, the carbon dioxide side, it has the highest potential for carbon capture and emission trading. And of course, one advantage of using hydrogen on the application side is that you don't emit carbon dioxide at the application. What are typical, but this is just example, potential applications? It's pulp and paper industry. Pulp and paper industry still has a small but relevant share of natural gas use, typically in the rotary kilns, and to some extent also in the waste heat recovery boilers. There, raw syngas can easily be used, and you don't need the excessive efforts for the syngas upgrading to SNG in, I guess, 90% of the cases for pulp and paper industry. Steel industry, there you have on the one side all the applications that use today coke oven gas. Raw syngas is quite comparable to it. So you can use it for all those processes using the coke oven gas. And for some applications, as I already mentioned, it's the only green alternative. SNG is the only green alternative in the stainless steel making process. Finally, cement industry is another opportunity, potential application to substitute above all opportunity fuels and natural gas in rotary kilns. To sum up, I've given you an overview of a technology that is in its core element a proven technology, technologically proven, demonstrated up to industrial scale. This technology can produce different qualities of syngas, and it is versatile in terms of fuel flexibility and product flexibility. The fuel flexibility, you have to believe me, I tend to say it's agnostic. The technology doesn't care where the carbon and the hydrogen comes from. And if you look for the very large industrial applications, you might say, where should biomass come from to serve these applications? It can also be residues and waste. Of course, this requires probably a bit more of pre and post treatment efforts, but the core technology remains precisely the same. The dual fluidized bed gasification is agnostic. It only requires carbon and hydrogen. The syngas qualities finally differ according to the downstream efforts applied, according to the application needed. and it can be appropriated, selected which process chain you need for the specific applications and the boundary conditions under which you want to operate the system. It offers a tremendous, the application of these process chains offers a tremendous potential for greening large energy intensive industries. And finally, just a closing remark, for smaller applications, also fixed bed gasification and biogas offer similar potentials to substitute natural gas or liquid gas used in industrial applications, like for example, in certain steel manufacturing ovens, where you have gas capacities, burner capacities of a few megawatt, or even below, of a few hundred kilowatt. Then also fixed bed gasification and biogas, or methane from biogas, may be solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. In the interest of time, we will take only one question. Are there any questions? I had one question about implementation in industrial processes, but you already presented that. Any questions from online? No. Okay, then maybe just very, very briefly, what exactly, in your opinion, do you need to successfully deploy this technology, the technology you've just shown?
I guess it needs clarity on the political side. This is the main issue. We need clear decisions on political goals. Then industry will be able to implement the technologies. Pulp and paper industries has progressed quite far, and many of the pulp and paper industries have committed themselves to convert to 100% green production. And there, the solutions that are presented are actually the only viable ways to substitute the natural, the still necessary and used natural gas can be substituted with a green gas alternative.
Thank you so much. Again, opportunity to talk to Walter, continuing in lunch and all over the day. And now it's my pleasure to introduce you to the next speaker, Luc Poquel. He is the Vice Chair of the Geothermal Panel of RHC and a board member for the last 8 years. He has 35 years of experience with management positions in engineering, manufacturing, and logistics of multinationals like Procter & Gamble, UCB, Tate & Lynch, and so on. Since 2008, he is running RED in Italy, active in renewable energy developments in buildings, in particular shallow geothermal. He is the owner of the Italian patent on a coaxial heat exchanger and its installation methodology. He is a partner in 13 European Union research projects. The floor is yours.
Thank you. To save a bit of time, I will, and also to be a bit different from the previous speakers, I will not speak a lot about technologies because they are quite diverse as well in deep geothermal as in shallow geothermal. So I will just give the activities at the ETIP levels of the deep geothermal ETIP platform and of the RHC, the geothermal panel of the RHC-ETIP. But I will touch on a couple of projects in which we are involved. I'm basically filling in for Fausto Battini on the deep geothermal. He's the chair of the ETIP deep geothermal, and I'm also, as I already said, I'm the vice chair of the geothermal panel in RHC. The two ETIPs, or let's say the geothermal panel and the deep geothermal, have fused together because of the conclusions that we would be working much better together and capitalize on synergies from this fusion, which took place during the Offenburg fair in March, I think. Just a few numbers which I took from the to position a bit the deep geothermal, which has its origins in Italy, basically in Tuscany, and is still providing over 25% of the electricity production through deep geothermal plants in the Tuscany area. And there are about 142 geothermal plants in operation for a capacity of 3.4 gigawatts electric. You can find all these data in the AGEC market report, and but it shows that the deep geothermal is an excellent source for a stable supply of electrical energy, particularly since hydropower, with the shortage of water will start to disappear, or let's say to decrease. The only stable climate independent source for energy is geothermal. There are quite some new initiatives, and apart from the big countries, Iceland, Turkey, Italy, there are now deep geothermal plants being developed in France, Germany, Hungary, Croatia, Romania, Austria. So there is a lot of move, and I think there are about 30 more expected to be drilled, which is the biggest part of the cost, by the way, and the biggest risk, because you need to find the source. So the deep geothermal ETIP has established 8 working groups going over the total part of the value chain of the deep geothermal installations, and you can have a look at that. Over here, the exploration is a very important part, because and this is mainly in the geological side. In deep drilling, there are quite some technology developments, and I will speak about one where we are involved. Is to make the deep drilling less costly, more faster, less risky, and there are quite some European research projects who have been funded in this area. The power systems are more in the area of steam turbines and ORCs, and I'll stay away from that. But quite some members of these of the industry are participating in these working groups. Some words about the environment and the materials, or the circularity particular, is that we started also with a couple of European research projects to recuperate minerals which are coming from the brine from the deep geothermal drilling. And one recent one is the lithium, which is being recovered, and there are quite some pilot projects being set up in the Alsace area in France and Germany to recover lithium, and no longer being dependent on China and South American suppliers, because lithium is the most important battery source for electrical batteries. This gives you a view of the working groups. What was done is in the strategic research agenda. The different critical areas in each of those working groups have been listed, and behind those have been set different objectives for research to be introduced in research programs. There is also one thing I would want to mention is as we were needing to go with deep geothermal below 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 meters to get actually decent temperatures for electricity generation. There is also activities in the ICT, because also here ICT is present, because of the high temperatures, the electronics don't like that too much. So there is quite some development in that as well. So far, this is the part for the geothermal panel. I'm going to. You can find the the strategic agenda, which was set up in 2019 and is now under revision in this year. They will you can find and follow the evolution on the website of the deep geothermal panel, or the deep geothermal ETIP. I want to spend a few words on one of the projects on which I'm involved, and that's in drilling, where we have gained we have won a project on the EIC Pathfinder to basically a technology to evaporate rocks using a high energy source. In our case, it's a laser. There has been previous initiatives, and they're still ongoing, using plasma, and there is in the States based on an energy source developed by, which is magnetron, developed by Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where they are also using the same concept of evaporating the rock. And we are doing that with the laser. Our partner Fraunhofer Institute has one of the most powerful lasers in Europe, and we are at a very early stages, laboratory stage. But the concept is valid because there are already two other routes being followed. The energy source is different, but the concept is to evaporate the rock. We are then solidifying the residues by a cryogenic gas, and then recuperating let's say the volcanic powder at the surface, and we expect to achieve major breakthroughs in drilling rate. We are of course at a very early stage of TRLs, but this is one of the technologies which could be a game changer in deep geothermal. The project is called Deep U because we will start in our project to develop a closed heat exchanger. Now let me go over to the shallow geothermal part, which is where we started with already back early in under the umbrella of AGEC, the European Geothermal Energy Council. We started to develop strategic research agendas, and they have led to some very successful parts, particularly from 2015 to in the Horizon Europe project, the Horizon Europe program. We've been able to gain quite a few projects. We have won two. There is also Marco there who led another one called GeoFit, whilst ours was Cheap GSPs and Geo4Civic, which is still ongoing. And I'll say a few words about that because it links with the heat pumps, which will follow afterwards after my presentation. But a few words on the shallow geothermal, which are important as far as I'm concerned, and which also Javier asked me to cover, is that the shallow geothermal goes together with heat pumps. And the heat pumps are getting quite some attention nowadays also from the Commission. They're launching public consultations as well for residential as tertiary buildings as for industrial. And I would encourage for everybody to, because it's public, we are participating through AGEC, and it's going to be an important step to push the heat pumps, which are predicted to grow in a factor 2 to 3 by 2030, if you believe and also probably the EHPA is predicting big growths. So this is not new, and there are quite some technology developments which I leave for the other speaker. Nevertheless, there is also legislation which will help shallow geothermal, which I think is a bit underestimated in terms of and undervalued in terms of expansion potential, because the biggest countries are the ones in the north of Europe, strangely enough, whilst the air to water based heat pumps are are much more present and are in a ratio 100-to-1 versus geothermal in Italy, for instance, whilst shallow geothermal is doing heating and cooling and is getting the biggest benefits in southern countries through the cooling side, because the air-based heat pumps have and the direct expansion ones consume half of the electricity, whilst the heat pumps in shallow geothermal are reaching very, very high performances, like seasonal performances of factors 4 or 5. So how will I say, the shallow geothermal is according to me the opportunity. And in our Geo4Civic project, we have developed solutions to actually go also in next to a patent in Italy for a heat exchanger, and it's an installation methodology, is to go into buildings and into built environment with this methodology, so that we can supply also in limited spaces with inclined drilling. And there is a poster over there of our project just at that wall, and it also covers several 4 or 5 different prototypes of heat pumps to go for higher temperatures, to avoid that you have to do in existing buildings major investments in the building terminals, so that and still reach the reasonable COPs. The legislation which is coming up is on the easy of permitting. In Italy right now, will be the permits has become available or you do not need to have a permit anymore if you drill up to 80 meters down, which was and it was quite a difficult situation in Italy, because of the permitting was is granted to provinces, and each province has its different type of appreciation from the public employees. There is also another part. The electricity market is being revised, so hopefully the ratio electricity price over gas price will be more favorable for geothermal, because right now certain countries have over 4, so you don't gain anything by going with the renewable heating source. But as gas is on the way out, because of most of the initiatives in Europe are going towards banning gas over time, I think that we will have a nice chance to develop also shallow geothermal. Okay, there are some other interesting. So we had quite some projects also in geothermal mapping. There have been some projects granted. Geoplasma, Muse is still ongoing. There was a local project in Brussels area. So let's say Horizon 2020 was very good for the shallow geothermal. It's less good for horizontal Europe, because the Horizon Europe, there are not so many calls where directed towards shallow geothermal, and that we need to fix in the next programming round. Some last words with the EJEC. We are also participating into 2 live projects, because a lot of effort needs to be done with the shallow geothermal on creating awareness and taking market uptake, because the technology is rather mature. And one is the one project is GeoBoost. We are not participating in that one. The other one is cooling down, where we are participating, because also in cooling, the demand is increasing due to the climate change, due to the demand for more comfort. Shallow geothermal is a nice solution, because it combines as well heat and cooling, and it stores the heat in during the summer in the ground for the next winter. So that's all nice to have, and that is one of the projects which is currently running. I'm just going to go quickly showing that we have also developed a strategic research agenda in the Renewable Heating and Cooling platform, ETIP, and that is available in and we are linking up through participants in the set plan, also in the Action 6 to decarbonize through geothermal the industry. And we have set research priorities. Also, this research agenda, you can download it from the ETIP platform. And we have aligned the research priorities with what shallow geothermal is still facing nowadays to get expansion. A few, I think that I covered most of these parts in my presentation, and I would just have a few words still on district heating and cooling, because that was the major topic, I think, the 2 days before. Also, geothermal is an interesting source for geothermal, for district heating and cooling. This started originally in Paris with that basin, and by drillings up to 300-400 meters with doublets to actually get district heating and cooling. But it's now really expanding, and it has a lot of applications. Particularly Germany is very active in district heating and cooling, and with the geothermal wells being planned or already being drilled. I think this is it for me.
Thank you so much. During your presentation, you have already answered the questions I had for you. So yes. during lunch, we will talk more about that laser that you presented. Okay. I think that one is really nice. Any questions from the audience? Just one question. Marco.
My question is about the design process. So you correctly mentioned I just closed the GeoFit project, which was about shallow geothermal, and I realized we realized that one of the big issues is at the design phase, because when it comes to a geothermal heating and cooling project, you not only need the HVAC skills around the table, but you also have the geological part. And the question is, how do you see this issue? Is it something which is being solved? Do projects happen in a straightforward manner and with a good design, or is it still, as I have the feeling, an issue to have these skills around the table and coordinate them correctly? Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely right with the fact that in shallow geothermal you need to put together a lot of aspects. And you need to have a good design, because otherwise, if you don't have a good design, your performance won't be there, your savings won't be there. So it starts with the geological part. Absolutely, that you need to have not only the knowledge of the terrain of the soil, which you need to have, but also you need to have the knowledge of the drilling method. To be able to be the most efficient in the type of soil you're dealing with. Unconsolidated soil in the north of Europe is totally different from the one in the Po area, for instance, in northern Italy. So you need to put together a lot of disciplines, and that is one of the problems we face, because you basically and this is also at the same time an opportunity, like for companies like ours, is to go into turnkey solutions where you bring together the different specialties, but that the end user is seeing only one counterpart to deal with that. But there you need to cover geological aspects, the driller part, next to the HVAC and the heat pump side, and up to recently the permitting side. And afterwards also the how would I say, the after sales, because these operations need to have the heat pumps need to be fine-tuned. We have learned in some of our projects that also the let's say the mature simple fact of the hydronic side has its needs for attention. So we need to basically lump these disciplines together and bring them to the market with a single phase. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult.
Thank you so much. And a round of applause, please. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to the next speaker, continuing the trend and speaking about heat pumps. It's Caroline Hagman-Stignor. She will connect online. I see her there. She has more than 20 years experience from working with heat pumps in an international context, ranging from research to testing, to standardization to policy advice, and much more. At present, she is Focus Area Manager for Energy Efficiency at RHC. She has more than 10 years experience from management positions at RHC for the heat pump laboratory and the head of the section for sustainable energy systems at RHC and former SP. She's also, in addition to that, one of the co-leads of the Heat Pump Center, the Communication Center and Program Office of the Technology Collaboration Program on Heat Pumping Technologies at HPT TCP by IEA. She's also the chair of the Heat Pump Technology Panel of the ETIP RHC. So the virtual floor is yours. I think the camera might be a bit close. Yeah, looks a bit better now. Thank you.
Yes, I'm trying. Hello, everyone. I'm trying to share my screen in a good way. I can only get live here. Range.
There's no need. We can share the slides that you sent if you wish. I think it's already there.
Yeah, can you share them and give me remote control would be good. Okay. I'll tell you when to switch slide. I think that's the easiest. Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry I can't be with you today. I just couldn't squeeze in this trip between two other heat pump conferences going on these days. I will start to talk about heat pumps from a global perspective. And this slide here shows results from an IEA report that was published in 2021. It's net zero by 2050. It's a roadmap for the global energy sector on how to reach net zero emissions by 2050. And this graph here shows the way that different sectors can reach net zero emissions, and different milestones are defined. I will not go through all of them, but we can see that, for example, at 2040, the global electricity sector will be have net zero emissions. And if we look at the heat pumps, it starts by 180 million heat pumps about installed in 2019, which will need to follow this pathway here, increase to 600 million heat pumps by 2030, and then a tenfold increase to 1.8 billion heat pumps in 2050. And in 2045, according to this roadmap, more 50% of the heating demand in buildings will be covered by heat pumps. Next slide, please. Here are some other results from another IEA report published in the end of last year, The Future of Heat Pumps. In this report, different scenarios are compared and presented. It's first the stated policies scenario, which is what will happen if we keep the policies we have today. And second, we have the announced pledges scenarios, which is the scenario if all the individual countries reach their climatic targets. However, this will not be sufficient. So in addition, there is the net zero emission scenario. And the left graph shows here increased capacity when it comes to heat pumps in the different scenarios. And there the STEPS scenario is compared to the APS. And then we see that if you keep this policies that we have today, that will mean more than doubling heating capacity by heat pumps. And if the APS scenario is realized, if countries are adjusting their policies to actually reach their climatic targets, that will mean an even higher increase. The right graph shows the net zero emission scenario, and there it's really blurry for me. There the APS scenarios compared to the net zero emission scenario, the dots within the graph. And we can see that in 2050, according to the APS scenario, we have slightly more than 40% of the heating demand covered by heat pumps, but and it's 55% according to the net zero emission scenario. Next slide, please. Yeah, there is these days strong policy support for heat pumps. Right after the invasion of Ukraine, IEA published a 10-point plan for Europe how to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels from Russia. And one of the actions there was to replace gas boilers by heat pumps. And just a week after that, the Repower EU policy package was published, and very many of the advices by IEA was picked up in that policy packages. We've already heard about that, so I will not go through in detail in respect of time, but it means 30 million heat pumps. The target is 30 million hydronic heat pumps by 2030, and also faster deployment of large heat pumps in district heating and cooling networks. Then we have the heat pump action plan that we've heard about, that is under development, and also the Net Zero Industry Act, which has identified 8 different clean energy technologies. And this act aims at stimulate production within Europe of these clean energy technologies, and heat pumps is one of the selected ones. So next slide, please. Yeah, here is the heat pump action plan described by steps, but we've already heard about that, so we can go on to the next one. Yeah, here is some results from IEA in this report I talked about, but the European perspective only, and it states that heat pumps really helps reduce EU natural gas dependency. And the left graph shows here the annual heat pump installations according to the APS, the announced pledge scenario, in 2025 and 2030 in both existing and new buildings. And then we can see the natural gas savings from heat pumps cost of that, and it's 7 billion cubic meters in 2025 and 21 in 2030, and that represents 50% of the Russian imports before the war started. So next slide, please. In a recent report just published by the Cambridge Econometrics, different scenarios have been compared. It's one business as usual scenario and one heat pump scenario. Both scenarios make the same assumptions when it comes to the energy price and the CO2 price development, but differs when it comes to the renovation rate. In the heat pump scenario, it will increase from 1 to 3.5% in 2030, but only to 1.5% 2030 in the business as usual scenario. In the heat pump scenario, it assumes a large uptake of heat pumps according to the targets with Repower EU, but the other scenario, there is a continued high use of gas boilers. And then it can, from this report, it can be concluded that these deployment of heat pumps will also create a lot of new jobs in EU, estimated to 3 million new jobs in different parts of the value chain. You can go to next slide, please. Some sales statistics. The left graph shows the statistics published by IA a couple of weeks ago. It shows a global increase of the total market of 11%. Much higher increases, the blue bars here, when it comes to air-to-water heat pumps in air-to-water heat pumps in total. And there you can compare the different sectors, and we can see that we have the highest increase in Europe. The market increases for air-to-air heat pumps as well, not as much, but also here Europe is the leading region. And the right graph shows the development of the heat pump market according to EHBA, and we can see an enormous increase in the market, 38% for last year, and also early years the market increased to a large extent. And if a 25% per year increase from now, the market will reach 6 million heat pumps sold per year in 2025. So we can go on to the next slide. So we can conclude that heat pumps, they do have a strong support from policy in many countries, but more is needed to stick to the net zero emission target. We do see a massive market growth in many countries. There are still challenges with high upfront costs for the technology and also lack of skilled workers. There are many announcements of investments in increased production capacity, but there is still a gap. And the graph shows the production capacity in 2021, what it will be according to the announcements that we've seen so far, or when this report was published. So this is according to the IEA's the future of heat pumps report as well. And the red bar shows what's needed to reach the net zero emission scenario. So next slide, please. Yes, and a little bit, what about cooling? We can say that all heat pumps have a cold and a warm side, a heat source and a heat sink. Many can deliver heating and cooling at the same time, and many can also operate in reverse mode to operate heating in winter and cooling in summer. And there is a large non-exploited potential for improved energy efficiency, but more often using both sides of the cycle. And large heat pumps in district heating and cooling grids are suitable for providing simultaneous heating and cooling. It's done so often, could be done more often. Next slide, please. And as said before, this is a mature technology, at least with existing refrigerants that we use today. But to reduce the climatic or environmental impact further, more R&D is needed, and also to adapt the technology to the future energy system. We need to, within the technology collaboration program on heat pumping technologies within IA, we have identified priority areas for our research and development, and they align well with the ones that Johan presented before. It relates to system integration to develop smart and flexible heat pumps that can integrate well with other renewable technologies, to develop robust and sustainable and affordable value chains, improving affordability, securing value chains, to adapt the technology for circular economy, and also removing barriers for mass deployment. And there we include sound measures, for example. We need to extend the operating range for the heat pumps to make them more efficient at higher temperatures and lower temperatures for buildings, as well as for the higher temperatures for buildings as well as for industry, and also to develop new technologies, the non-traditional heat pumping technologies, but also to adapt the technology for refrigerants with lower global warming potential and also other environmental impact. I think I stop there, but thanks for me. Dan, I can't hear you. if you're trying to talk.
He holds key positions in international networks, i.e. DHC, RHC-ETIP, and received a PhD in the field of thermal fluid dynamics in 2013. So, thank you for being here live. Here's the
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. Oh, perfect. Welcome again. Sorry I had to drop out after my welcome speech. Now I'm back. I have a parallel meeting, and that's a bit of a challenge. Anyways, happy to present on district heating and cooling. I said I would like to show you why I like district heating and cooling so much, and that's now the part. So the title actually of that presentation was a suggestion from the platform, empowering communities with resilience, a lot of district heating and cooling and securing energy supply. Now, when I thought about it, I thought about giving all that examples of district heating, all that reports you might maybe already know, but I decided then looking into resilience and securing energy supply, we just happen to have recently a project, or we have an ongoing project where we are looking in these topics, and I would like to rather present results from that project than going to all these things that is happening in the DHC technology DHC platform. So the basic question when supplying energy or when providing energy supply security, and resilience in heating and cooling, that is concerned with a couple of uncertainties you might have. So that is obviously the electricity price. We saw huge jumps last month. That goes in line with prices of renewable fuels. Nowadays, it's very much gas. In the future, it will be renewable gas. You do not know what that will be cost. If you know me, what I say always in that situation, if I would know the electricity or gas or energy prices of tomorrow or the next day, I would not be here. I would be somewhere on a sunny island, and that me pay for that money, for that knowledge. So no one knows that. And when it comes to district heating and cooling, I see another interesting uncertainty. One of the core aspects of district heating is taking waste heat from various sources. In the past, that has been a lot of production industries, energy intensive industries. In the future, that might be other industries or service sector or whatever, but that is unsecure if we will have these energy sources. An industry might go bankrupt. Industry might decarbonize, so they might be not available anymore. So there's an uncertainty connected to the availability of waste heat. We talked about geothermal energy, very nice source, totally agree, and you have very good ways to identify geothermal energy sources, but still there is an uncertainty. Can you find hot water? How much it will be? What is the temperature? What is the flow? So there is a certain uncertainty with all these energies. And now the question for me is maybe district heating, and that's what I'm going to show today, that can benefit towards individual heat supply systems by handling these uncertainties. And how does district heating do that? So we took a case study in Austria that is a 60-kilometer range here. There are a couple of small villages in Austria close to the Inn Valley. And there is, despite that touristic area and rural area, there are industries in that area. Pharmacy, for example, steel making, and copper making, and they have waste heat. So we identified 8 industrial waste heat sources, plus existing biofuel or biomass heating plants. So the idea of that specific project, it's called Heat Highway, is to generate a 60-kilometer long district heating network. That sounds, for some, that might sound ridiculous. 60-kilometer heating is a local thing. You do heating locally. You can, but you can do that 60 kilometers. There are examples of doing so long networks. Actually, just west of Wattens, there's a 20-kilometer network already connecting a couple of cities There's cases in Germany where they do multiple kilometers. We have a separate presentation. Anyways, the question was, that's a lot of investment, and we're talking here about €1 billion roundabout. That's the size of investment we talk about. Long pipes, additional CHP plants that support your heat pumps, storages. So that's €1 billion of investment you need. And connecting all these small little villages to this big network, that's €1 billion investment. That's a lot of money. It's true, it's much more cheap to connect, to decarbonize all villages themselves, one might think. So the idea here is looking at the risks, comparing to the individual heat supply using Monte Carlo simulation. I don't know if you're familiar with Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo basically takes a lot of uncertainties, creates not only one scenario, 2, 10, 20, 100, 1,000. Monte Carlo creates thousands, in this case, 50,000 scenarios, and looks at the probability of each scenario. And if you have the probability, what is the probability that that the electricity price is low? What is the probability that the electricity price is high? And then you have some probability function on your results. I will walk you through this. So that is the method of doing a Monte Carlo simulation. Very brief, we start with generating probability density functions of a certain parameter. So what is the probability of a certain parameter, if it's high, low, whatever. Then there's a sample generator. We have a in-house seasonal energy economic evaluation tool that goes via economic assessment, and then you have the results. Now, I'll walk you through these points. Starting with uncertainties. Obviously, that is one of the key factors in Monte Carlo simulations, understanding your input data properly. In this case, we took two main uncertainties. I mentioned them. Energy prices in general, so that's both electricity, but also biofuel prices, both for solid biomass and for biogas, biomethane. We had some electricity price prognosis. They were correlated, so high electricity prices means high gas prices, low gas prices, low electricity prices. If that is true, it's on another page in the future, but we just assume that it's not going to be the case. And you see here there are different scenarios. One is more a low price scenario, and one is more a high price scenario. Now, the distribution of the probability, we say, okay, a low price scenario is the most unlikely, and the high price scenario is equal unlikely. So in average, we're going to be here somewhere at 0.5. That's our best guess we have. You don't have a better guess. I don't have a better guess. That was our guess. And that's the lambda distribution that is given the Monte Carlo simulator to draw these 50,000 examples here. Second uncertainty, availability of waste heat. Difficult to estimate. We don't know if waste heat is available in the future or not. Very simplified approach, taking the Austrian statistics of company insolvencies and calculating how many companies in Austria go insolvent each year. That's the probability, and the Monte Carlo rolls a die each year. Does one of these 8 waste heat suppliers go bankrupt or not? And if it's bankrupt, it drops out of the equation forever. That's the key part, actually. That's the key part of the Monte Carlo. The next things are quite straightforward. You do these 50,000 examples, so one of these 50,000 scenarios, whatever X or N, or whatever you would like to call it. You draw a random value lambda. In this case, 2 waste heat suppliers drop out, one 2023, one 2040. And actually, one thing, we also had a CHP and a heat pump. Sorry, that should be H. Heat pumps are calculating. We also looked at hourly energy prices. So to say, in this case, is a heat pump operating or CHP? For high electricity prices, obviously, the CHP. For low electricity prices, the heat pumps. Then we did a techno-economic evaluation. I said that's an in-house calculation tool. We calculated 2 configurations. One is what I mentioned, the heat highway, I say always communistic way, saying 90% of all houses must be connected to the heat highway. That's realistic. Other uncertainty, we might look into the future, but that is the idea. First scenario, communistic heat highway, everybody is connected. Second scenario, no one, it's not existing in the heat highway. So all buildings decarbonize individually and using whatever, depending, they have, in Western Austria, you have still oil heating. So they either exchange, and some coal even, and biomass and heat pumps. So oil and coal is exchanged with biomass and heat pumps, and some have gas heating that's exchanged with biomethane, maybe also biomass or heat pumps. Depends a bit on the type of building and so on. Details. Then, yeah, looked at the levelized cost of heating. I just would like to draw your attention first to the white picture here. That's this lambda. The lambda again says, what is the electricity or energy prices? Low lambda, low prices, high lambda, high prices. So if you look at, and this here is the levelized cost of heat, what we calculated. So if we have a very, very low prices, we see the green line here, that's the individual supply. Obviously, if you have a heat pump, if you have biofuel, if you have any individual system, if you have a low energy price, your costs are low. That's straightforward. If these costs are high, your costs are high. That's a trivial solution, actually. So you're linear depending on your energy prices, more or less at least. This blue one is the heat highway solution. Now, two things what you see here. One, it's quite broad. That's due to the waste heat outages. So if a waste heat is available, costs are very low. If the waste heat is not available, costs are higher in this case because you have alternative ways to fill it. The second thing you see is the slope is much lower. Why is that? Because the district heating network, when energy prices are high, it uses a CHP, generates a lot of generates heat and makes profit on the electricity market. That still works in our scenarios. If energy prices are low, the heat pump works a lot. And if you then go to the evaluation, so if you have all these 50,000 dots and you look how likely it is that a dot is in a certain levelized cost of heat range, and then you make a evaluation here, you see that the green again, the likelihood in this case even of an individual system, the most likely probability here is around 95 euros per megawatt hour, whereas in the heat highway scenario it's 85. There are again uncertainties. So the heat highway, there's a lot of uncertainties on investment costs. So we might have a bit broader distribution in reality. However, what I would like to highlight that there is a huge risk. Even you could be much cheaper. You could be at 75 with individual supply, but you could also end up with 150. In district heating, that will not happen. Whatever you do, whatever happens on the electricity and energy prices and waste heat, you're somewhere between 80 and 95, and that's even unlikely. You're somewhere between whatever 82 and 90. So you have a very robust, resilient system in district heating that's almost independent on all these uncertainties we looked at. And yes, individual supply could be cheaper, but it could be much higher. And so that's my main message for today. The uncertainties regarding energy prices have a considerable influence on the economic efficiency, the robustness, the resilience, and district heating due to the optimized use of waste heat, the use of heat pumps, CHP can be very, very robust and very nice. However, heat pumps have an advantage as well. I definitely agree on that one. We do not look at using locally generated PV. We did not look at energy communities, cooling. That's a lot of advantages you might have in individual heat pumps. We did not look in that specific assessment, but it should just give you an idea how resilient the district heating system can be. And that's all for me today. Thanks for your attention.
Super, thank you so much. I will not take a moment more of your time, and thank you so much for the brief presentation, but very, very entertaining. Lunch is served, I think very close outside. Please have a look at the posters that are on the wall and that they were brought here. I think one of them has the lasers that Luke was talking about, or no? Your posters here with the new projects, yes. So have a look at the posters, enjoy your lunch, have a coffee, and see you at the next sessions.
Thanks a lot. I'll be outside for questions.
because it's the after lunch session. So I ask all of the speakers to be as powerful as possible, as energetic as possible in this session. My name is Riccardo Battisti from the consultancy company Ambiente Italia, and I have the task to moderate this session. So I will take the first 5-10 minutes to read the title of the session, which is very long. So it's technological developments beyond one size fits all, exploring hybridization and technology combinations to meet diverse heating and cooling demand. I had to breathe while I was pronouncing that. So I will ask the speaker to please try to stay into 10 minutes, and I will give you this sign, which means 5 minutes left, let's say, so that we have enough time for questions from the audience, from the moderation, and from the online guests. Okay, so I will start with Christian Holzer. I must say that it's a pleasure to start with Christian. It's one of the long-term experienced people on solar thermal, and especially I would say of the examples of the integration into the district heating. So that the idea today is exactly to have an overview on how district systems can be really fed 100% on renewables. So I hope the final answer will be yes, they can. Okay, please.
So it's not good morning, but good afternoon. Everything, get the blood back to the brain. Thanks for the nice intro. And when I saw the title, I think that's a challenging but important direction to go. And I'm involved in an ongoing project that is exactly going towards that. And I want to simply report some of the experiences there and the direction we're going down on that. Can you stay there for sure. Television? So, as a quick intro, the past was we put renewables into district heating as a trial in the 1990s, in the 2000s. We tested the technology, we contributed a little bit. And I'm talking here now about the bigger cities. On the small cities, we do know there's a lot of cities with biomass and villages with biomass district heating, where we have the 100% renewables since many years. But in the bigger cities, we had a situation a little bit here, a little bit there, some waste heat, which was some waste generation, but that was it with renewables. And if you want to change your things, we need to the renewables, get them to be the backbone of the heat supply and get rid of the remaining as well. And when you look at it systematically, you run into a lot of challenges. The questions start with what renewables do we have available in sufficient amounts? With the regional availability, not everything is everywhere. Which sources we use here are not in competition on the one hand with other needs of the energy transition, like supply for industry, like supply for electrification, or even with material use. The biggest challenge of all, I guess, is what do we have available at the time of the need? In winter, the time for heating, we all know it's November, December, January, February is the peak, and this is the most challenging thing. And for sure, the last thing is there are many ideas nice out, but for getting things done now, we need to have the proof of concept out on the market. And I could create a lot of discussions and take that just as a personal attempt. I tried to somehow make a systematic approach on several renewable energy heat sources here and on the options we have here. The availability here is a clear thing for everything. We do have biomass. For sure, we do have limitations because some regions have less biomass, especially in the south. We have the issue as well that sometimes people cut down protected woods to create biomass. We don't want to have that. But yes, there's sufficient. There's a lot available. We have seen geothermal maps this morning, so I don't have to talk about that anymore. We don't have it everywhere. Electricity, heat pump, yes, we have electricity. It's an interesting story. Let's debate that fully here and now. Waste heat, yes, it's available sometimes, but not in endless amounts. The solar heat availability is an easy thing. That's not a question. But we come to challenges later on. On the competition to other requirements of the energy transition, here I see a real big issue on the biomass side. And just out of personal experience, when it was talking to people in the last year about saying, what do you think about solar in your district heating or in your industry? Other people told me, no, we're switching into biomass now. After my third, fourth meeting, I said, gosh, you know, it's all of you switching into biomass. Guess what's going to happen next winter? What happened, and I just can report the Austrian insights, some regions were really flat on biomass. The price has doubled. We have some potential, yes, we need to expand it, but it's not endless. And the second issue I see, and if you look at the European electricity supply in winter, this is still a difficult challenge to say, do we have green electricity available for that? Over the year, these are challenges we have. The regional availability, biomass, mostly here, geothermals, sometimes yes, but not everywhere. Heat pumps we can run here, waste heat, we have many regions without waste heat. And when we come to the most challenging part, do we have the amount at the time of demand? With biomass, yes, that's easy. Geothermal heat pump, waste heat, it's easy to cover base loads, but the peak loads in winter are a challenge, and solar heat is a no-go. We don't have anything in winter when we want. Proof of concept for everything exists. Now, what are our mitigation opportunities here? On those things, we can go for more production. On the regional availability, we can build pipelines. On the mismatch here, we can build heat storages. And I think these are the things we need to look at if we want to have more renewable heat, because these are our triggers to move ahead. I want to give you specific experiences from an ongoing recent project on the Balkan where I'm involved as a part of a consultancy team. And the point there was today, those are cities between 5 and 100 megawatt peak load, which mostly have no central heating at the moment. And the task is make these cities ready for green heating, for district heating, for renewable energy sources. And the approach was very systematic. So the first step was saying, what is the heat demand? What part of the city can be connected? Where do we have sufficient density of consumers to make things work? The second step was then saying, what are sources we have that we can use? And currently the situation of these houses is, it's many multifamily houses, it's many public buildings, it's not too much individual private houses. Those houses today are mostly heated either with electricity, some with coal. So everything you do is actually an improvement, but what is the full picture for making it 100% renewable? That was the task there. And we found actually two different patterns for the smaller cities. And I would say here, the benchmark was somehow around 10 megawatt. And we did it really on the basis, city plan, detailed house by house analytics, detailed economic analysis. So all these steps were taken, and I just summarized it very bluntly. Here we saw, okay, the only way for getting a 100% sustainable pattern is the biomass. The challenge on that was that the region is short on biomass. They actually have biomass district heating plants that don't operate fully as a lack of resources is there. But finally, the point was we can do a little bit on a regional basis for the smaller cities on that. And that's manageable with local resources. For the larger cities, and I would say average was here around 50 megawatt peak load, the pattern that came out most competitive, most easy to implement, incredible high solar fraction with seasonal storage, and the rest, a simple electric driven heat pump. The takeaway of that is today the cities use 80–70% direct electric heating. So putting there an electric heat pump in this pattern reduces the electric demand so significantly that despite the difficulties of the region of the electricity, you have contributed greatly to decarbonize the situation there. And what were the reasons besides the economic and the social affordability for that? It was independence from imports you create. It was resources which are available locally. And in those cities which had a reasonable amount of inhabitants, the space availability was relatively easy to find. What were issues why we dropped certain opportunities? So biomass for the larger cities, we aggregated, we ran all the scenarios. We aggregated how much biomass do we need, and we saw simply it doesn't work out. We need to import heavily, and that can't work. Solar thermal and seasonal storage for the smaller cities, that didn't work out because the smaller storages, the smaller seasonal storages have too high costs, have too high losses in relation. So that system dropped out of technical and economical reason. A scenario that was investigated as well, I was not part of the group, I just got the results in the overall steering committee, solar PV field to create either hydrogen or biomass, store that as a gas, and use it in winter for running heating or cogeneration. This system dropped at a point where the engineers said how much space they need. It was 12 to 15 times more than we need for the solar heat scenario. And that was incredible amount, besides the issues that the costs were out of range. As well, the scenario was ran, we do the solar PV, do a kind of virtual grid balance and run then a heat pump. That concept looked better on the paper, but it was a virtual concept without the physical interaction between here's the solar PV electricity and here's the demand for it. What was not analyzed here is solar PV heat pump plus thermal seasonal storage. That would have been an interesting option as well, but I'm convinced it's not at the same level as this one. Pure heat pumps, keep all the solar, was another scenario. Well, it demands much more electricity, especially in winter. The seasonal storage in the previous scenario allows you to take electricity at times where you don't have peak load on the grid, so you can take the better part of winter electricity comparing to direct link of the heat pump into the district heating. And so that system was dropped as well. There were actually 2 of those cities which had waste heat potential out of industry. One of the cities had a situation that it was a metallurgy industry. It was closed down since 2 years. For several of the cities, we have ready concepts at the table where I say we have a business case with a technical concept to go on. And I want to highlight in my final slide here, what are the challenges to roll out? And those challenges do not apply for Western Balkans only, they apply in the same way for many, many other countries. The first and really crucial thing for me is we are missing capacities and develop and knowledge in stakeholders all along the value chain. When we want to do this project in a much upscaled amount, we need people who know the engineering, who know the construction, who know the operation, who have the experience of starting is basically, we need to set up a new district heating company somewhere, a new district heating plant. You need to start from the scratch with knowledge, which is not sufficiently available at the moment. We have a huge bottleneck in this knowledge. The second thing, and here different countries promote differently, but we need to have a political framework supporting renewable heating. We need to allocate the areas we have. We need to have a regional coordinated planning for the resources, and heat needs to be considered as a core part here of the energy transition and work something out here. A third point, capital. is required to kick off this project. The project I'm talking about is funded by an International Development Bank. Those guys do important stuff here, promoting the right direction, but we need much more. And this start capital, putting hours, putting engineers, putting people on that. If we don't do that today, it delays everything. So we need here resources to get this done as well on the financial side. And then we need a coordinated strategy. The good point is the technology we need, that's here. That's it.
See here. So is there any question to Christian? Are you sure? Because otherwise I can start. And that's okay. Maybe I just ask you a kind of a policy question, especially referred to these challenges you just presented. So it's clear that such complex systems from the point of view of financing, but also from a technological point of view, need really a long-term commitment and planning by the stakeholders. While if I give let's say a pessimistic view to the way how policymakers are tackling situations, they always rely on emergency, let's say. How do you see this this contradiction? How do you think we can really convince the policymakers that long-term planning is really something which maybe before it could have been considered as a luxury item, let's say. Now it's really a must.
The heat sector hasn't been taken as a serious challenge over many, many years. Personally, it's still underrepresented in the public recognition, but our situation, in my opinion, is improving over the last years. So the tendency is going in the right way. We need to get people much more understand the slogan, heat is half. That's such a short and nice summary. And it's a message we need to repeat and repeat and repeat. And it's creating awareness, shouting out loud, and as well organizing ourselves good. The electric grids, they're all connected. It's one strong joint lobby and network. The heating sector is split up in thousands of individual units. When we go here, we have individual house heating, bring that to a corporate level. That's a lot of different approach here. So we have huge challenges, and for me, it's not on the technical side. Here we have really good solutions at the table. We need to get it organized. And politics, it's difficult to influence, and we need to do it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we always chose the hardest thing to do, but maybe there's something, yeah. Is there any question from the online? No, do you have one maybe? Saverio, no, okay. No. Okay, any, yes, please, Nigel, I bring you the microphone.
So you mentioned less than 10 megawatts, was it, for the city? What does that equate to approximately in terms of population? And what was the other cutoff? Is, I mean, that's a small city, so is everything large that's above that, or? And when you get into the solar thermal and storage heating didn't seem appropriate for small cities. At what point does it become seasonal storage at scale become useful for solar thermal heat pumps or biomass? Thank you.
Rather than the city size, I like to take the connected equivalent of people here, because sometimes city is big, but you can connect on this small part of it. I would say the biomass solution was going up to around 5,000 connected people, 1,500 households. There you have no chance with a seasonal storage, as it's simply too small. You can do still a lot with solar, that's fine, but not the seasonal storage need a minimum size. And I hope the tendencies we have help us to build these storages better, cheaper, more efficient, so then these borderlines can be shifted towards lower numbers. What I consider here as bigger cities was up to 100,000 inhabitants. But the pattern is very clearly expandable for larger cities as well. The unique thing in this study is we had a total of 9 cities where we analyzed all these different scenarios of 100% renewables and checked out technologies, checked out costs, checked out space, checked out security. So we went through all the critical parameters, and it's not one-shot solution. To add something which was not part of that study, if you go to different climates, you have other solutions as well. So what I've shown here applies for a certain region.
Joachim here from Absolicon in Sweden. This with looking for 100% renewable, isn't the risk that you are throwing out the good for the best, that having 20-30% solar thermal, for example, in those cities and reducing that? I feel sometimes that we are missing the low-hanging fruits because the customer wants 100% or nothing.
Yeah. Thanks for these questions. It's almost as we would have prepared that. You brought up an important point. When we started the discussion, I was talking about, let's do a moderate solar seasonal storage system with 50 or 60% solar coverage. That means we need to add a boiler. That means we need to get there a biomass infrastructure because they wanted 100% renewables. And then we analyzed the situation, we ran the numbers, and we saw if we add a biomass boiler for just a small part of the annual energy, the specific costs of this biomass boiler per megawatt hour get incredibly expensive. And at the starting point, we were at this, where we said 50-60% solar and 40-50% biomass. That part dropped out because it was simply more efficient to go as far as possible with solar and add the electric heat pump. And people who know me, I'm very, very agnostic to electric heat pumps generally because it's nothing I love. But in this situation, it is simply the smartest approach. And it was the more easy to integrate concept. We save all the issues about logistics, about maintenance on the boiler, putting this electric heat pump in. We have the electric supply in the city. It doesn't create any fume locally, so it was more efficient, cheaper, and easier. And on the solar side, the gain was, if I scale up the solar field from a 50% field to 80% field, I gain scale of economy, both on the storage and on the solar field. And I think that's one message towards the solar technology. We can do that. We should do that.
Okay, thanks a lot. Should we thank him once again?
Yes, maybe.
Thanks, Christian. Let's see somewhere here. This, okay. Thanks a lot. So I will call on the stage now Dominic Rutz. I think you already presented yourself this morning, but maybe one thing I would like to add, reading your bio, is that you're a member of municipality and county council in your region. I didn't know. So you are both a researcher and a policy maker. That will bring tons of questions afterwards. Huh? Okay. So Dominic will shift, let's say, the focus now on buildings. And so what could be the renewable heating solutions for buildings? Please.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll do my best to also influence the local level, the county level, with my political commitment to drive forward renewable energies in general, but also in private life. And I've brought some pictures for you, also from my home. But the topic of this talk is about buildings. And to start the presentation, I have a very stupid question to all of you. Like, who is living in a building? Please raise the hand. Everybody. That's very good. Perfect. Second. Who? Okay. Second question, who is connected to district heating? Wow, only one and a half. Okay, and who is using 100% renewable energies for heating the home? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. Okay, that was just an idea for me to see what is the situation here. I will show you some solutions, some challenges, and also mention what would be the way forward for the building sector. So first of all, it really depends on which buildings we are talking about, because buildings is manifold. We are sitting here in a building. We are talking about single family houses, double houses, multi-storage houses, but then also commercial buildings and public buildings, industrial buildings, all types of buildings. I will more focus on the first ones, like the household related buildings. Then the question of where is the building located? Is it in Northern Europe? Is it in Southern Europe, in Italy, for example? What's the elevation? That makes also a difference in choosing the heating system. And of course, what is the energetic status of the building? When was it built? And yeah, is it an old uninsulated house or a modern house in passive house standard? And all these aspects influence, of course, the technologies to be chosen, but also organizational issues, ownership issues, decision processes, like do I talk to one household, one consumer, or to 10 in a building, for example? The location of the building, well, impacts the heat demand, the cold demand. Extreme cold temperatures are impacting the choice of the technology. And then the energetic status also impact the suitability of the heating systems. And what we always need to consider is the refurbishment plans to increase the efficiency of the building. And we need to keep in mind that 40% energy is used in Europe for buildings, so very important. And around 23% is used, like renewable energies are used for heating and cooling, including, I think, industry, but I'm not sure about that. So these are some pictures. That's my home. That's my house. In 2026, we had an oil boiler with a little drinking water buffer tank, the oil storage in the basement. And I thought, well, what could I do? What could my family do to improve the situation, to get rid of the oil? So that's the plan with different measures. I don't need to go into all the details, but that's how the house looks like today. We have solar panels, we have photovoltaics. I love cutting wood and preparing wood. So this is in front of the house. So we did a lot of measures. As I said, the solar panels, that's my wife cutting the wood. And we installed a heating system, a logwood stove, electronically controlled, so quite good already. But that was not very good because hot water was a problem. So that is what I created for myself. Space heating, hot water, power mobility. Space heating was quite good with the wood stove, but still a little bit needed with the oil system. Then the hot water was covered by solar thermal and the oil boiler, electricity, photovoltaics, and contracted like eco power. Mobility is very bad, and this didn't change yet, but I'm planning to buy electric car in the time to come. And while this is just a graph of the photovoltaic production. And my own target was 100% renewables until 2024. Most likely I will not make this because of this sector and some car-related issues that are difficult to change. So in order to move forward, I said, well, let's get rid of the oil boiler, get a logwood boiler here. into the house with a lot of challenges because it's very heavy, and we had to cut into the concrete additional door. That's the installer fixing the system. That was a big construction around 2 years ago. And that's how it looks like. Myself being happy, the new Lockwood boiler combined with the air heat pump. And that's how the basement looks like, a lot of wood, with all the advantages, disadvantages. And yeah, well, I managed to move from this graph here with a lot of smileys in this sector. As I said, this I'm still working on. So the question is, why do I present this in such a conference? Of course, because I'm very proud of my system, but also to highlight that renewable energy technologies are mature and are available. For all building situations, there's exist technologies and solutions. That's not a problem. And in many cases, the life cycle cost of renewable energies, when you calculate it for 20 years, is cheaper than for fossil systems. But there is a however. Renewable energies are more complex. New systems need to be hybridized. For me, I'm really a fan of biomass, using biomass, but not in summer. I mean, in summer, combusting biomass is a waste of resources. So here it should be combined, for example, with solar thermal or a heat pump. The initial investment costs are usually higher. That's a challenge, and the comfort level of fossil systems is very high. So gas boiler, you don't need to carry anything. Any other solution is much more demanding for the consumer. So we urgently need better framework conditions for renewable energies, for heating and cooling. And another thing I just brought for you for the discussion is what are the recent developments. We have some developments, which is very good. In my opinion, they're still too slow, but it is moving forward. So the sad thing is we have the Ukraine war with the heavy impacts on the prices. We have like some EU-related policies. You all know about the Renewable Energy Directive. That is hopefully being published and finalized soon. Main criticism and focus or issue was, for example, how to consider biomass for energy purposes. And we really have a new debate and policies in Germany. I have a few slides on that. And the question is, what are the consequences for our platform? I think they're huge because the work we are doing in the platform, it's urgently needed. The topic is very hot as opposed to 5 years ago where everybody was still talking only about the power sector, but now heating and cooling increased. Yeah, just to show you prices for natural gas, wood chips, wood pellets, heating oil. I mean, that's a big problem for the consumers and for the building sector. Yeah, the Renewable Energy Directive I mentioned, many discussions on biomass, pros and cons, and a big political debate in Germany because we have a proposal for a building energy law, a new one. And well, the newspapers are really full of that. It says that 65% renewables are needed for replacement of boilers, but also for new buildings. And there's a lot of details behind it, which I don't want to mention. But the problem is that in the public, the communication was not so good. So the public is aware about this, but not informed in every detail. So there is a big confusion in the building sector. People don't know what to do. And hopefully before the summer break, the law will be made or accepted by the parliament. And then I think there is a potential for really like a historical change in the heating sector in Germany. This may have impacts also on the other countries. And we will have a strong focus on heat pumps, but also on district heating. There will be some requirements for heating with biomass, which in my view is justified somehow. Hydrogen is still discussed by some politicians, but well, we have another presentation about that later on. The challenges are the cost reductions and new systems for heat pumps, massive support for district heating and cooling. Also on the industry, it has an impact. Perhaps you know that Viessmann has announced to sell the heat pump branch of the company. So there is a lot of things moving. And parts of these issues, we are dealing with the horizontal working group on buildings in the platform. I encourage everybody to participate if you're not yet participating. So join the group, approach Andre, also ourselves or myself, and get involved in these discussions. So conclusions. Social aspects are of very high importance. We talk about energy poverty, prices, investment costs. I think that's the most important issue to make a change. Not the technology. I mean, you need the technologies, but we have technologies which need to be improved, but we have it already. Politicians, well, we need to ban subsidizing fossil system. That's a no-go. Still valid in, I think, some countries. We need targets, requirements on high shares of renewable energies and subsidies. A big problem is installers and workforce. We heard it today several times. I mean, that's really a challenge because we are lacking installers. They are all very busy, and to get a date with an installer takes very often quite long. Same for energy advisors. Manufacturers need to focus on renewable energies. There is also a change on the industry, as mentioned before. Consumers is the core of the topic because they need in the end to make decisions, make investments, and make to implement things. And the last slide. Now there is an increasing demand of technology combinations. Yeah, before you had just an oil boiler or a gas boiler. Now it's combinations. Biomass with the solar thermal or heat pump with photovoltaics, for example. We need intelligent controlling IT solutions. That's very important, especially if you talk about the hybridizations. Increasing role of heat pumps. That is a strong focus on the political level also in Germany. Sustainability of biomass heating we need to take care of. Whenever possible, covering the roofs with either with PV or solar thermal, that's important. But very nice for consumers is district heating and can be operated with different sources. Hydrogen may be reserved, I would say, for industry, for high temperature demands. And sector coupling will increase both for buildings, for consumers, but also with industry and, well, of course, between the power sector, heating sector, and mobility. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dominic. Stay here. We have time maybe for a couple of questions. First of all, I think we all now are waiting for an invitation to visit your house, like a guided tour. Is that correct?
Actually, yeah, I invite people to come to my home, and there were several people because like it's important to show the people that it's working. And my neighbor did exactly the same, so I convinced already one person, which is
maybe next
good.
Event. Next annual event, we can do it there. No, okay. Yes. Is there any question? Yes, I bring you.
Please. Thank you. My name is Luca Cioccolanti from Universitae Campus. Thank you for the presentation. I have a curiosity regarding the space for the wood boiler. So how much is the space that it requires for the supply of the wood and so on, for the storage of the wood? Because my understanding is that you selected wood boiler because in this way you can have, let's say, for free the wood rather than pellet boiler or other kind of biomass boiler.
Well, absolutely true that like this is not a solution for everybody. It is because I love wood and I have also a piece of forest, so it's very cheap, the wood for me. Regarding the space is, I don't know, like 3 times 5 meters in the basement where the 2 buffer tanks are located and also the boiler. And then I just use another room for the logwood. This could be also stored outside. I mean, this depends on what you have in your basement. But as I mentioned, like this was also the historical development of several technologies, too many technologies perhaps. Yeah, but it fitted to my situation. That doesn't mean that it fits, of course, to many people.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I've seen some studies that the kind of word of mouth of doing projects like this can be one of the most important things to transform communities. I saw it specifically about energy efficiency improvements and reconstruction, but I guess it's the same. And are you involved in any kind of communities, either online or within your neighborhood, with like where you can talk about your positive experience? And did you also, were you influenced by someone else, or are you just, this is your topic, so it was natural?
Well, it's my topic, and well, of course, as it was announced, like I'm local politician, so people ask me because they know I'm into the topic. So exactly as you say, it's a good practice in my view that needs to be shared. And well, there was also in the local newspaper an article about this heating system and so on. Yeah, but it needs time. And there's, as I said, at the same time, there's big uncertainty in Germany about the framework conditions. Hopefully this will be solved this summer. Yeah.
Just a follow-up, is there like an online community of people who have done this that like can ask questions, like, I don't know, Facebook group or forums, something like that? Just to like an informal way people can kind of...
Well, there is some Facebook groups on the matter, but it's a question whether personally you want to share it to a too large community or not. But in general, you're right. I mean, that may be a good idea for a project. I don't know. Yeah.
Not me.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again, Dominique. Yes. Once again. Thank you. Okay, now it's time to call on the floor Christoph Brunner. Okay, so let me read your description. Tall? No. Okay. Yeah, Christoph is the CEO of the Private Research Institute, AAE InTech, and also member of the partnership board of the ASPIRE, which is a EU network for decarbonizing industry, basically. So that's your topic today. We will shift from buildings to industry. Also operating agent of the International Energy Agency Solar Heating and Cooling Program, and an old friend of mine. Well, for sure, old. Okay. Okay, please, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Yeah, I will hopefully stay in time. Yeah, good afternoon from my side. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't report about my own industry and how I decarbonized it, but we did several in other industries, I can tell you. I think I don't have to convince you about, let's say, the 100% renewable or to shift to renewables. And you for sure you are aware on, let's say, that industry, it's about 1/3 of the energy demand worldwide, so especially here in Europe. And of course, most of this energy demand is related to heat. Yeah? But what makes, let's say, this approach for the industry a little bit different and a little bit more tricky and diverse is that we are dealing with different temperature levels. And
this makes it so important also to give the energy also a kind of value. And if you see my title, how to improve, let's say, or how to decarbonize the industry by this exegetic approach, this means to give energy a value, and this means to link it with the temperature. And as you can see here, 1/3 it's electricity, which industry is using, and then all together just a small amount is renewables, and most of them is natural gas, it's oil, is solid wastes, non-renewable solid waste, also coal, etc. And it's this shows that it's really quite a challenge also to find solutions for the industry, and it will not be only one technology which fits these solutions. Additional to these different temperatures, additional to these different fuels which are used in the industry, and which makes it different to multi-family houses, family houses, district heatings maybe, is also that there are different areas where the industry needs or supplies the energy. It's on the one hand electricity, of course, I mentioned already, thermal energy, different technology are here for a future approach necessary, but also the process itself. This is not trivial. It's really to optimize the processes, to put more efficient processes, to find new technologies for the processes. The reuse of the energy, which is much more difficult and needs a methodology approach to find your best solutions. What we just shortly touched today is all this whole area of CCU, so carbon capture and utilization, which is that's a very close link with the industry because of their CO2 emissions. And then we also have industry which are producing energy or converting energy. Just think about refineries, etc. So as you already can see here, it's really diverse. It's a lot of approaches, and this means that we need different hybrid solutions. It will not be one solution just to go to decarbonize the industry. People, as CEOs of producing industries, politicians, they want to know to have this solution, this one solution. That's the reason that two main approaches can be seen on European level, but also worldwide. It's on the one hand, this electrification of the industry. So they really want to electrify the processes and just supports the industry by electricity. And the second one is hydrogen. It's this we mentioned, Dominic mentioned this also today, hydrogen for the industry. But I'm totally convinced this can't be the only solutions. There are much more, or it's necessary that there are much more technology which has to be applied here. You see here a slide which is produced by the Deutsche Industrieverband for concentrating solar power. They make, let's say, a kind of ranging of different technologies, renewable energy technologies, from solar thermal over heat pumps to biomass, green gases, and hydrogen, and try to find here possibilities which kind of technology fits best for which situation. And it's all about, on the one hand, the kind of efficiency linked to the temperature levels where they need the energy. It's about the availability, also the volatility of the renewable energy sources, and the availability. And I wanted to show you, because we were speaking about hydrogen already today, and hydrogen should be linked to the industry. We had a study in Austria, and you see it here on this side. This is the demand, what Austria would need based on green gases and hydrogen. It's about 138 terawatt hours, what they would need. Then they already thought about energy efficiency, also optimize the processes, reduce the demand. It's about 89 terawatt hours. And this is what we have at the moment. Yeah? And what is just a very few part of it, what could cover this really huge demand. As I would really say, okay, it's near more on this side than on that side. This is the thing regarding the green gases and the hydrogen and the electricity, because this is quite easy. We were just consulting a food industry at the moment, and their solution, what they want to see is to change their gas boilers to electricity furnaces, because then they are in one day to the other 100% renewables. But the grid is not here. It is also the questions of the availability, of course, the infrastructure, etc., and very important, the operational costs. The capex, of course, it's maybe convenient and convincing, but the operational cost, the OPEX, it's huge, and this is something they may not consider in the whole part. What we think should be the right solution or the right approach is really to have a distinction between temperature levels and to say, okay, the energy demand for the industry above 200 should be covered by hydrogen, green gases, by electricity, maybe in combination with so direct electricity, of course, or electricity where they need this, and biomass. And below this 200 should be technologies like district heating, heat pumps, solar thermal, of course, this excess heat, geothermal, biomass CHPs. I will show you later on then some approaches on the regional level where we worked on. First of all, what is really crucial is, of course, to reduce this energy demand. And energy efficiency is the first view. This is, let's say, something what we need, and this is not reducing then all these technologies of renewable energy technologies, of the applicability and the demand, but it is necessary. Otherwise, I think we will not cover this big demand for reaching this goal of 100% renewables. And I go a little bit further. I also think we have to reduce consumption and the production for long-lasting products. Yeah? I think otherwise we will not reach these goals. And then additional, as I mentioned already before, process simplification. So means to optimize the technology, optimize the processes, reduce the energy demand, also reduce the temperature levels where they need the energy. This is a very important step for this efficiency part. And this means to simplify equipment, to integrate different unit operations, but also to generate new reactor designs, like to go more to continuous processes, etc. And then also the system optimization, recovering heat within a company, it's important. Yeah. Coming back to the renewables, I think I thought, okay, I don't have to speak a lot about solar thermal, about heat pumps, etc., because the experts are sitting here. Just to give you some ideas for new technologies, new approaches. Alternative buffers with biomass. Walter make quite a good overview. I will not go here in detail. On the solar part, I think very promising technology is on photochemical catalytic reactions. So producing with photons, with sunlight and water, maybe wastewater, but also clean water, hydrogen or other renewable energy gases. I think this is maybe at the moment with a very low TRL, but for the future, a very promising possibility. Also to overcome this slide, what I showed you before, with this big gap between how to produce these green gases and how to reach this demand of green gases. Another possibility, what I wanted to show, and where we are just involved in this planning, is also to optimize biogas plants. As you know, a biogas plant is producing raw biogas, which is a mixture of hydrogen, methane, CO2, water, etc. And this combination of methanization, as producing hydrogen, and combine this raw gas by, let's go like this, by with hydrogen, you can double the production of methane, and this can be directly integrated in the gas network. Of course, you need an electrolyzer or any other hydrogen producer. And yeah, this doubles the production of hydrogen, and it's also easier to integrate methane in the grid directly. Another very important point to supply the energy for the industry at a lower temperature level is the excess heat. On the one hand, also to combine this, also to bring excess heat into the grid and into the grid, and also to on the one hand to use excess heat at low temperature level, but also then to supply other industries which may need energy on a lower temperature level. This is a project within our region in Styria, in Austria, where we did a excess heat map, as not waste heat or the excess heat map, where you can identify to see which company, which industry needs energy at which temperature level and has maybe a surplus of energy at which temperature level. And as you can see here, the potential is that only the technical excess heat potential is at this range, so it means only about approximately 10% of this potential is used, the rest is not used. Most of them, it's of course at the low temperature level, below 50 degrees, but in combination with heat pumps technology, for example, this is a really huge and big potential for supplying the district heating network, but also supplying other industries. This link with the district heating network goes now a further step to this approach of hubs for circularities. This means it's not only exchange of industry between as an exchange of energy between industry and the region, but it's more of the energy. It's also an exchange of feedstocks, of waste streams, of water, but also of data. This initiative of hubs of circularities, it's on a European level, and it's really important to find here in the future these hubs where this interaction between the producing industry, communities, households, multifamily houses, etc., that there is a really close exchange to optimize, let's say, this symbiosis and to have a very important step in this circular economy. And in Austria, we are just preparing now a concept for a region where also our institute is situated. And I briefly wanted to show you this concept of this initiative. It's about a phase of fossil gas for the industry, and this is combining different approaches. On the one hand, to link different district heating networks, as in very specific 5 different district heating networks, which are getting the energy from different energy sources like CHP, biomass, geothermal, solar thermal, excess heat, and then supplying this district heating to different industries in combination with heat pumps, and additional also producing green gases, which are let's say linked, or which are bring these green gases into the gas grid network, and also supplying the industry at a higher temperature level for producing steam, for example. And additional, we have also electricity production with photovoltaic in combination with batteries, which also are linked then with electrolyzers for producing methane or hydrogen, and then producing methane. Coming to my nearly last slide. Yeah, summary. It's important, to this energy reduction, as I mentioned. This is really, we really have to go for this. We really have to reduce the energy, also our consumption, and also to produce products which are lasting longer. Then this different technology, and applying this technology by this exergetic approach, as a meaning taking temperature into account and think about which technology fits best to which temperature. And then, yeah, we need demonstration. This is totally clear. Also, yeah, emerging as a new energy carriers for this high temperature demand. And I think, last but not least, also to find these hubs for circularities, because we have to think further. We have to think in these circularities, in this circular economy approach, and fit our technology into this general approach to fulfill these targets. Yeah, this is now my last one, because I just want to announce our conference. We are every 2 years making a conference. The next conference in Graz, the ISIC 2024, will be in April 10th to 11th. Why I'm allowed to announce it is because we are planning together with this event, together with the technology platform, to combine both events. In which form we have to discuss more in detail, but there will be for sure a combination, and that's the reason that I was allowed also to announce this event. Good. Yeah, I hope I could give you a short overview about industry and the energy demand. And yeah, thanks, and looking forward to your questions.
Thanks a lot, Christoph. We are a bit late, but I think we can take one question.
Mine short. You split above 200 degrees and below 200 degrees. Roughly what percentages do that represent?
In total, in Europe, you mean?
Well, above 200 degrees.
Yeah, I would say
what, 20% of the heat?
No, it's more. As about, I would say 45%, something like this.
So 55% is low temperature.
Yeah, something. Yeah, something like this. Or the 50-50 maybe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then, of course, I guess there are huge differences by sector.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. By sector, beverage, food industry, it's much lower. We have nearly everything below 200. But if you speak about steel industry, cement industry, etc., so then it's of course higher. Yeah?
Okay. Thanks a lot again, Christoph. Okay, I will now call on the floor Luca Cioccolanti. We already heard your voice in the question before. So Luca has a PhD in energetics, and he's working as an associate professor at the eCampus University, sorry, which is in Marche region, right? You have to, okay. And here he also scientific director of the Research Center for Energy, Environment and Landscape. But the most interesting thing is that now we are a bit shifting the focus, let's say. So I would like also to read the title because it's very inspiring. So it's Heating Up Hearts and Minds. So the crucial role of social science and humanities in advancing renewable heating and cooling. So please, Luca.
Thank you for the introduction. Actually, I'm living in Marche region, but my university is located across Italy in several branches. And good afternoon all, and thank you for the introduction. Shall I use this? Okay. Before entering into detail about my presentation, let's briefly introduce the agenda. I'm going to talk about the needs on considering social sciences aspect in the renewable energy transition. Afterwards, I will talk about the aims of the new horizontal working group dealing with social sciences and humanities topics. And then very briefly about how we would like to approach such a very big challenge. And at the end, I will present very briefly who we are and also encourage the participation to the new group. So I'm not going to talk about the merits of renewable energy technologies because I'm pretty sure that probably you are more expert than me. So, but I want to focus only and stress again about the importance of energy. The energy is fundamental for the realization of our standards of living, and it is for billion of people worldwide. According to Eurostat in 2020, about 8% of European citizens, which correspond to about 35 million, were not able to suitably heat up, warm up their households. So it means that this affected a bit the quality of their living. These figures are not reported and available yet for 2021 and 2022, but I guess that because of energy crisis, probably things has been kept the same or even worse. So this is a very important aspect that we need to take into account. Another very important aspect that is related to the energy crisis that we are experiencing. I'm not talking about the many reasons that are affecting the energy crisis, because more or less we are aware of all the implications and the reason that brought us to this situation. But if we are considering the natural gas prices and the electricity prices, we have experienced skyrocketing of these prices. For example, just considering the retail electricity prices in household for the European capital cities, the cost increased about 50% in 1 year. And if I'm giving you my personal experience in my household, I'm not living in a EU capital, but from 2020 to 2022, the average cost of the electricity kilowatt hour increased more than 100%, so doubled. So this is a very important figure that I think we need to consider when we are talking about renewable energy technologies and also supporting the promotion and the introduction of specific kind of technologies. Of course, we believe that we need to move from the present energy system and hopefully to 100% renewable energy system, but this energy transition cannot be merely an energy transition, but should be fair as much as possible. This is because we are experiencing increasing inequalities between the low-income part of the population and the richest part of the population, and I think we cannot permit that the energy burden is even exacerbating such inequalities. So it's very important when we talk about energy that we are not pushing down more some part of the population. For example, what I want to just, and I was thinking about in the last days about that, one of the key technologies in, okay, I will try to shrink as much as possible. to think about the technology that was largely promoted in Europe, that was heat pumps combined with PV. Actually, this was a good solution and possible, in particular for detached house, semi-detached house, but for multi-stock buildings, this was not possible. And in principle, in towns, the low-income people do not have their own house, but maybe they are living, I mean, in multi-stocks buildings, so they cannot get electricity for free. So it means that it's very important that when we are evaluating opportunities, costs, and prices of the different renewable energy technologies, we are targeting the broadest range of the population without missing any part of the population. Another important aspect in the energy transition is related to the gender aspect. And even if now women involved in renewable energy sector are higher than those that were previously involved in oil and gas sector, there are still social and legal or economic barriers that cannot give them the same access, easy access to renewable energy in terms of activation of renewable energy project, access to credit and so on as men. So we need to think about this aspect as well. Even more because if we are focusing on residential sector, mostly women spend more time than men on average at home. So at the end, they are those that are using renewable energy technologies more than men in households. So we need to consider also that cost, quality in terms of energy provision and so on are targeted. As previously was mentioned by Dominic and also the other presenters, we are aware that no one technology fits all solution. And this means that we need to develop the widest range of technologies, taking into account the specific peculiarities of different countries, different areas, and different types of buildings and users. And overall, I think at the end, as Dominic was saying, probably hybridization would be a solution in this sense, because one technology probably is not able to efficiently provide the entire energy supply. So such technology should guarantee adequate comfort, use of local energy sources in order to improve the circularity of the energy provision, and also increase the participation of the population in renewable energy projects by, for example, the co-ownership of this project. As a new horizontal working group, I think we need to address the following contradiction, because while there is a very broad public acceptance in terms of renewable energy, actually, when we are talking about implementation of renewable energy project, of installation of new renewable energy solution, there is still a very big difference. So I think it's very important to improve social acceptance of renewable energy heating and cooling technologies. This means that we need to engage better citizens, but in particular also provide citizens with information. I'm sharing here just a graph that actually is not referring to renewable energy technologies in itself, but wanted to focus that among the different aspects, people are very interested in sharing content, so in being committed in accurate information. So it means that the most accurate they are, the most probably we are able to engage the citizen and at the end to implement renewable energy projects. So how we would like to process. For sure, we want to bring together various disciplines related to the social science and humanities together with people having technological background in order to finding a common ground and talking about renewable energy and heating and cooling technologies, and also how to target the different groups, and in order to consider their needs and also those of the relevant stakeholder involved in. So what are their expectations, their requirements in order to combine these different groups. One of the way, in my opinion, is to collect the most completed and rigorous scientific data in this sense in order to support the renewable heating and cooling compared to traditional way of energy provision. In this way, by providing input related to social science and humanities to policymakers in order to define suitable policies to support the implementation. At the end, so I hope that in the time, on time, the new launched horizontal working group at present is, it consists of about 20 members across more than 9 European countries, having a multidisciplinary background. So from engineering field as I am, from also related to other aspects more related to social sciences, having experience in past and ongoing renewable heating and cooling projects. So knowing a bit about what are the implications, the limits, and also the benefits. And of course, we are looking for new members because I think this is a very important aspect that is transversal to all the technological, more technological groups that presented before. But it's fundamental because social implication will be at the end the key to actually reach the energy transition that we are expecting to achieve. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Luca. So where is the question? I say the because we just can have one. Maybe I want to ask you something. So you showed the availability of scientific data as a way to increase social acceptance. Then you show that the accuracy is the most important thing. At least that's what they declare. Let's say. Being accurate without being boring, I think that's the challenge, no? Because you also have to be attractive when you communicate with, for example, non-technical people. So how do you see this, to combine really the needs of a researcher that they want the data to be rigorous, let's say, and the fact that it should be communicated in an appealing way? I know that you cannot give a full answer, but maybe you can say something more about that.
That's right. I think this is a challenge, actually. But if, for example, I'm thinking about mobility, electrical mobility, we talk often about zero emission vehicles. And I think this is not, at least at present in Italy, for most of us, the right situation. I mean, is local zero energy emission? Yes, it's right. But it's not actually true for most of the situations. So I think that in general, even if we need to be appealing, reach the majority of the population, at the end, I think also that we need to be precise, accurate, avoid, let's say, just providing slogan without actually saying not the truth, but I mean things in the proper way, because at the end, even if at the beginning we are attracting many people, at a certain point this would be difficult, and also considering the importance of the investment. So we need also to provide the data about what could be, because it's an investment when we are talking about households, is not let's say, limited as it is for the mobility. It's for a longer period. So we need to provide much more data to avoid such criticalities.
Thank you. I think it's very interesting because it's really it would be, I mean, a major breakthrough in communication. So it would be a complete different way to communicate, and it gives a lot of trust towards the consumer. That's what I like most. Okay, thanks a lot.
Without being too boring.
So we go to the final presentation. So I call the double speaker, let's say, Dominique and Marco. You already have been presented several times, so I don't know what to say more. Maybe that hopefully we will hike in the mountains together this summer in Valle d'Aosta, at least one day, let's say, okay? So we will move now to sector coupling and hydrogen. Okay, please.
Thank you, Ricardo. Does this work? Yeah, I will try to be quick. So good morning or good afternoon again. Dominique and I will be presenting the two most recent white papers or position papers RHC-ETIP issued. Why? Because we were the two main contributors from the side of RHC-ETIP. Not the only ones, but the two main. So one is about sector coupling, I will be presenting. Another one is about renewable hydrogen, Dominique will be presenting. So let's start with the sector coupling. So sector coupling in the sense, in the meaning of coupling between electricity and the domain and renewable heating or heating and cooling domain. Of course, renewable. This is the paper. You can download it from either the RHC ETIP webpage or the ETIPsNet webpage. What is ETIPsNet? ETIP is another, ETIP is European Technology and Innovation platform. Thank you. Every time panel comes to my mind. SNET stands for Smart Networks for Energy Transition. So those are mostly electricity experts, okay, coming from the domain of smart grids, of PV, whatever, renewable electricity technologies, DSOs, etc. The main message of the paper, to summarize a lot, is that we can decarbonize the energy sector with existing technologies. And I just put this message because this is also what we from the RHC sector keep saying since years and years. And it was interesting to see that the message, the position is the same. The technologies we're looking at are mentioned here. So let's say solar CSP or CHP also, so thermal, geothermal, biomass, heat pumps, etc. So everything one can or could think of. The main aim of this presentation is just to make you aware of the existence of these two papers, and then you can, of course, deepen it if you're interested. In brief, the approach is to frame the topic from the legislative perspective at the European level, provide definitions, of course, and then start with the technologies, which are divided into chapters. So renewable power generation, renewable heat and cooling, coal generation, and poly generation. And then we have the part related to R&D needs and challenges, and finally some policy recommendation. Now, I must say some comments. I must say my, let's say, understanding of a white paper or a position paper is completely different to what came out in the end. This is a long document. When I, let's say, candidated to be one of the contributors from our side, I thought we would develop a two-pager document. In the end, it's, I don't know how many, but we can see here, it's 40 pages. It was a long work. The messages are not very, as clear, those are clear, but not as clear as I would expect. This is to be honest, but why do I think this was really worth, despite all the effort done? Because it was clear from the beginning that the knowledge about our sector from people coming from the electricity side is really, really little. And of course, probably they would say the same from talking about us. But this showed clearly that if we want to cooperate, and I don't think there is any alternative, because we're the world, at least Europe, is moving towards electrification of final uses. We have to cooperate. Then we need to understand each other better. The approach of ETIP's net people was often the heating and cooling sector needs renewable electricity to decarbonize, whereas we keep saying we can do it almost alone with our technologies. Another big difference. And so at the end of the day, the process was useful, really, rather the process than the outcome, I would say, because in the process we explained each other, and I'm sure that those from ETIPSnet who actively contributed to the work now are better aware of what RHC means, which are our, let's say, ambitions and capabilities, and where is our limit, or are our limits, of course. Another thing we realized is electricity people tend to look at large scale, so they were aware and interested in summarizing district heating and cooling connected storages and heat pumps, you know, the big size. What they did not, and to some extent probably still do not consider, is that we are a big world of decentralized systems. And this is, we can see here. So this is one of the pictures, central pictures in the paper, and everything goes around networks for them. Makes sense to some extent, but in the end, what we managed to add to this picture is, I don't have the light and the laser, but is here is what we can offer also in terms of large size thermal energy storages, but it's also true that if we, as I mentioned this morning, if we put together all the many small storages, 200 liters, 1 cubic meters, and so on, installed across Europe, we come again to very, very large storage capacities. We have some policy recommendations, which I must say are very similar to the recommendations we tend to give within RHC-ETIP. And then we have some challenges, working group by working group, let's say. So I'm talking now about horizontal working groups. So RHC in industry, RHC in buildings, and districts and cities. And then what is again similar is the need for additional skills. We all remember that this issue was introduced at least in late 2000s with the Renewable Directive 2020. Many countries did not actually meet the targets in terms of training, capacity building. This is still an issue also for them, so for the both sectors. And I'm done with this paper. Dominic, now.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Take over. Yes. So the second paper we came up last year was the paper on hydrogen. It was a joint effort between our ETIP on renewable heating and cooling and ETIP bioenergy. Also Walter, Christoph, Marco contributed very much to this paper among other colleagues and among, of course, the colleagues from ETIP bioenergy. So very quickly, we had some very controversial discussion within our ETIP, whether we should come up with such a position paper or not. But we were on the one side requested by the European Commission and asked, what is your position? So that's a response directly to the European Commission. And in some political discussions, hydrogen is seen as the main solution for the energy challenges in Europe, solving basically all problems. And of course, this is not true. And we said, well, it is an important part, but only a part of it. So it was our intention that not all the research money goes into hydrogen, yeah? Because we are proud of our technologies we are representing in the platform, but not only proud, but I think this is urgently needed, and that's the technologies that exist today at rather low costs. So there was skepticism among several colleagues. Hydrogen should not get more attention. However, ignoring the debate, and hydrogen was mentioned today several times in different presentations, shows that it would be a pity and a lost opportunity not to talk about hydrogen in our platform. So that's the table of content, a little bit shorter than the previous position paper. We basically focus on the production of hydrogen, the storage and transport of hydrogen, and the use of hydrogen. Important is that hydrogen is not a renewable energy source, but it's an energy carrier. This is sometimes also not seen by some politicians or some other people. They also like to talk about the different colors of hydrogen, ranging from pink, black, brown, turquoise, whatsoever, but also green hydrogen, which comes from electrolysis, from renewable energies. But what we were talking is about renewable hydrogen. That also includes hydrogen coming from biomass and solar thermal, for example, as it was mentioned before. So we even widened this definition. We have 8 key messages. I will rush through them, and then you have deserved the coffee break. So first of all, we need massive financial support for renewable energies. There will be, of course, also support for hydrogen, but it should not compromise the support of our technologies on renewable heating and cooling. And as I said before, like hydrogen per se is not necessarily sustainable or renewable. It depends. So all efforts should be put into really renewable hydrogen. Third message is that, we recommend to focus any support of hydrogen on all forms of renewable hydrogen, and to stop supporting fossil or low carbon hydrogen, because this is in our view, a stranded asset. It's a universal energy carrier, especially to be used in hard to abate sectors, mainly for industries with high temperature needs. The fifth one is that, well, for domestic heating and cooling, hydrogen we don't see as the main source of energy, because we have our own technologies. Perhaps it will be combined with biomass conversion technologies for methane production to substitute natural gas. But as such, we don't see hydrogen being the main fuel for the future for domestic heating and cooling. And well, with this document, we provided also feedback to the European hydrogen strategy, which was purely focusing on hydrogen coming from electrolysis, but neglecting hydrogen coming from biomass or from solar thermal. Yeah, in the process of producing hydrogen, there will be heat available, and this, of course, should be used as for any industry, considered as waste heat, perhaps injected in district heating or for other purposes. And there is, that's the last one, there's various pathways can be taken to produce hydrogen from renewable sources. They are at different levels of technology and market maturity, and will have all the different pros and cons, and this needs to be considered. So that's in brief the position paper. You can download it on the website from ETIP Bioenergy, but of course also from ETIP Renewable Heating and Cooling.
One more message after this presentation. I thought, because some people keep asking me, how can I contribute to the RHC-ETIP? I'm not sure anybody from the Secretariat will spend a word on this. Now, those are two examples of how we, let's say, concretely, although on paper, are contributing to energy-related matters at the European level, legislative level, etc. RHC-ETIP is, structured with technology panels. Those are open but closer than the horizontal working groups. Where work is happening is very much in the horizontal working groups, and I would say those are very open. So if I'm talking especially to the audience, we have several people connected remotely. If you feel interest in these matters, be aware that this is how you can contribute first of all. Then, of course, you can become a member of the panels, etc. But you just go on the website, RHC-ETIP, or who we are, and then you will find the structure and a working group by working group, horizontal working group by horizontal working group, the name of the chairman and the vice chairman. These are the people to contact if you're interested in providing contribution actively, less actively, depends on your availability. But do that because we are in search of fresh energies, let's say, energies.
Okay, thank you, Marco. Let's close the session. We are late, so I ask you please to really shorten the coffee break so that we can start anyway on time, because the moderator of the next session will anyway have to leave in time. Thank you again.
Thank you for staying. I think well, I come from quite tough days, but it's a pleasure to be here. I am Gabriele Pesce. I'm the Director of Innovation and Sustainable Finance at Euriton Power, the District Heating and Cooling Association for Europe. And I'll be the moderator of this roundtable on renewable heating and cooling sector in Italy. The panel is quite interesting. We are quite many. We have some presentation. Why to speak about renewable heating and cooling in Italy, I guess? Well, I think Italy is quite an interesting country, but it's relying very much on too much on fossil fuel. I have some data here that are quite interesting and stunning. The heating for residential, commercial, and public buildings, they account for over 17% of CO2 emission in Italy. And of course, air pollution is one of the worst outcome. The heating and cooling accounts for 64% of the whole quantity of PM 2.5, 53% of PM10, and of course 60% of the overall CO2. Despite, for example, the lockdown in COVID, where many emissions were cut down in many cities in Italy, this emission, despite the lockdown, didn't lower because, of course, people were still heating. So this highlight the fact that we absolutely need to decarbonize the heating and cooling sector in Italy. And by the way, I was shocked to know that the heating and cooling sector in Italy is still relying on 50% is on gas and even oil sometimes. So it's quite, and the renewable, so heat pumps, electric heating, solar thermal, around 1%. That's quite disappointing, to be honest. The political environment is not supporting, to be honest. But let's use this roundtable to be inspired a little bit, to have some ideas that probably, and I hope, will inspire our policymakers to change immediately the situation. Okay, so let me introduce our great speakers of today. I hope not to be wrong. So Flaminia Rocca, project manager at APRE, and Miriam De Angelis, project manager also from Upper. They will present a very nice project about women and renewables. It's quite an interesting and niche topic, but of course, the empowerment of women in the heat and cooling sector is quite fundamental. Antonino Giumolet, engineering project manager from Bacardi Group. It's okay, great. Luca Castellino, manager from Bacardi Group. Also, they have another project to be presented, and very soon we're gonna see it. Then, of course, we have Marco Dall'Ombra, senior consultant at Assoclima. Welcome. My friend Riccardo Battisti, senior project manager on renewable energy at Ambiente Italia. Matteo Giacomo Prina, senior researcher at URAC. Sorry, Luca Rigoni is the last speaker, couldn't be here for an emergency. So anyway, the panel will be, of course, quite interesting anyway. Okay, so without other further ado, let's start with the first presentation. We have a couple of presentations. I would start maybe with Luca and Antonino. So please come here, because apparently the camera just can't focus on this part. Please, the floor is yours.
So hello everybody. Good afternoon, and first of all, thanks to the organization for the invite for the today evening. So just to introduce our topic today, and just to explain as why we are here today as a representative for an industry of the site today. So we are both working for the Martini Rossi, is a company for the Bacardi Group, based in the Turin area. And Martini applied to the Ship to Fire project in the Horizon 2020 program. Ship to Fire is one of the projects of the Horizon 2020, and is the project that fosters the integration of the solar heat in the agro-food industry. So this is the topic that is really linked to the topic of the conference today. Ship to Fire has developed and demonstrated in 3 industrial sites some real applications, some real plant. The industrial sites are the ones that you can see here. So the Martini in Italy, Larnodi in France, and Roda in Spain. So we are representing for Martini. And so we have the plant that is using the solar to produce heat. In particular, we are able to produce steam that we are using for our distillation process. So we are closing the cycle. So we are using the sun for our industrial process. Ship to Fire is not only the construction of the solar field or the solar installation, but it's also the integration of the power heat that we are able to generate with the sun in our existing energy architecture of our plant. Furthermore, it's not only the plant, it's not only the installation, but it's also the replication tools and the control tools that are provided by other partners of the Ship to Fire program. Ship to Fire has involved about 15 partners across Europe in different countries. And the last 2 applications, so the replication tool and control tool, are 2 software that are able to introduce other cameras or in the industry and solar heat for new application, but also the control tools that is like a predictive tools able to help the industry to plan their process according to the demand of the solar heat. So this is our project. This is the reason why we are here today. And maybe we have some pictures for our installation that Antonino will explain in details.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you also, Gabriele, for the presentation. It's a very pleasure to be here today. But let's go deeper in technical details of this installation. As you can see, this is a picture of the solar roof. It consists of 298 high vacuum solar panels provided by one of the 3 technology providers participating in the Ship to Fire project. The coverage is about 600 square meters. And as you can see, there are also some data about the energy production rate the peak power is 329 kilowatt, and that corresponds to about 400 megawatt hour per year of energy produced through 2 different operation modes. The one more interesting from an integration point of view is the summer mode. Like as Luca said, its aim is to produce steam with a pressure of 3.7 bar for fueling the existing production processes. And the most important is, as said, the distillation. To do that, the solar panels needs to bring energy to the water flowing inside the panels, up reaching a temperature up to 177 degrees. And as it is also expressed as a data, the pressure needed for make the steam available to the general main collector, steam collector existing in the plant is 3.7 bar. To give you an idea of integration, like we said, the aim of the project is not just providing the technology, but also supporting the demo site to integrate the technology into the existing processes. This is an image, a picture of the Martine Rossi demo site, the plant, the 160 years old plant. So as you can imagine, it during the years has developed in order to meet the different market demand. And this is where the solar field is installed, one of the main roof in terms of extension. That is also the department in charge for the vermouth production process. But the steam is produced in the very heart of the plant, next to the boiler room. It was not possible to provide the indirect steam generator on the roof because of its weight and problems of roof capacity. So it was needed to build an infrastructure in terms of network and pipeline to bring this hot water to the boiler room. It is also next, of course, of the main existing steam network. But for fueling the production process, the steam make this path in order to fueling the existing pot stills that are used for the distillation. So this is just an idea of how demanding is the integration work, the integration activities for a demo site, and how important is having the support of the different partners that each one with its specific role play a significant role, as said, in such kind of activities. That's all from our side for now. We are available for questions. There are also here our personal email, and I give back the floor to Gabriele. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you had a question before they go sitting? Okay, we're going to have question after. Thank you. The presentation will be used for inspiring a little bit of discussion. Thank you very much. It's quite interesting project. I like industrial symbiosis between the energy sector and other sectors. I think coming from the DC heating field, I guess industrial symbiosis is one of my favorite topic. Then we have a second presentation from APRE about the role of women in renewable heating and cooling. So I invite Miriam and Flaminia to the stage, to the floor, to present this project, please.
First of all, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and my colleague Flaminia. Today, I will be presenting actually the results of the analysis that we carried out in the framework of another project funded by, in this case, Horizon 2020. I am myself representing today APRE, which in Italy is also hosting the national contact points of Horizon Europe, and I deal more closely with Cluster 5 of the program. But getting back to this project, whose short name is Women for Rest, pretty representative, even though the actual technological focus of Women for Rest is renewable heating and cooling. As you can see, 12 partners are involved, representing geographically several countries of Europe, 8 countries of Europe, and the structure of the project is pretty linear. We started by getting the perception of society, of actually the renewable heating energy stakeholder with what regards gender. In order to understand how to support women professionals in the field. So we first wanted to understand what is hindering this actual involvement or valorization of women expertise and competencies in the field, or the very access of women to the renewable heating and cooling technological sector. Then on the basis of these analysis of the perceptions, we developed some support measures. Among the different measures that we developed, we launched 2 calls for support services, and actually several projects, tens of projects answered this call. They were evaluated by the consortium, and they were provided, all those that of course won the prize, several kinds of services, from more technology focused services to generic services like training on how to access funding opportunities offered by the European Commission. And we are actually heading toward the end of the project. So now it's the time for the 3rd phase of the project to be carried out, meaning the development of policy recommendations in order for public authorities or in general decision makers to take actions in order to actually support the gender equality in the field, which is notoriously male dominated. Well, but why Women for Rest? The idea behind Women for Rest is that we are, of course, encouraged, we are called by the European Commission, but in general, we are called to realize this energy transition. But the energy transition itself is not that simple to realize. It's a multidimensional, a complex, non-linear, non-deterministic phenomenon, which goes beyond simply replacing sources of energy from fossil to renewable, but has to do with changing consumption, meaning changing consumers' behavior, changing investment patterns, changing policies, regulations, mindsets, social practices. And in fact, as we need behavior change, as we need to influence those actors that make choices in terms of energy, whether they are decision makers or technology developers, but also consumers, we cannot disregard the fact that first of all, half of the population are women, and secondly, 32% of the people working in the field of renewable energy are women. So women must be a subject they must be involved in anything that has to do with this energy transition. But women, of course, they have issues. They have issues, they are underrepresented, they are numerically sensibly less than men. Why? Here you can see the results of this analysis of the perceptions that we carried out. Of course, first and foremost, there is a different understanding, a different perception between men and women on the participation itself of women in the RHC sector. As you can see, men tend to overestimate the female participation, while women, in fact, don't. Then we asked to agree with the statement that there is a lack of female participation on decision-making positions, and as you can see, this is both cross-gender identified as a significant factor. I'm going quickly. The perceived barrier to women involvement in the sector. First of all, hiring practices. As you can see, women perceive that the hiring practices are biased more than the one applied to their male colleagues. There is a stereotype perception of women as lacking the skill sets, the competencies to work in the sector. They are perpetuated by men and women themselves. And, but in any case, both gender recognize that there is a wage gap, fortunately. Talking about barriers, we have also a common understanding and common recognition of the lack of support for female entrepreneurs in the sector, which is amplified by the mobility requirements linked to entrepreneurship roles and to the difficult management of the balance between work and life. The stereotypes, talking about stereotypes, one of these is the gender role that sort of do not encourage girls to choose STEM studies. And this is one of the barriers that it's straight away identified by any interviewer. It's indeed existing and influence the early career development. And at the basis, there is the perception that STEM studies or any job related with the, in general, energy is not appealing to women. What do we have to do in this case? We have to develop an agenda that challenges the stereotypes and advances rights, dignity, visibility of women in the various roles as consumers, as producers, investors, experts, and so on and so forth. In fact, during the lifespan of this project, we met a lot of female researchers developing very promising innovations in terms of RHC technologies that have to do with factories, with building, with the buildings, with many different sub-fields. Of course, the action has to be carried out on different angles. On the angles of work-life balance, of policies in the regulations at the workplace, through, for instance, quotas, gender quotas, through access to education and mentorship eventually. These slides, which by the way was also provided by one member of our advisory board, which is Christine Linz, belonging to the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition, simply underlines the benefit of having an active role of women such as men. That is, first of all, the enjoyment of a right women have rights just as all the others, and the improvement of the GDP, and many other benefits for the companies themselves. These are the, in our small words, what we carried out in terms of supporting measures. And as you can see, we operated on different fronts, among all those also simple awareness raising campaigns, communication campaigns, including these kind of actions like talking in front of you to make you aware of the issue. This is the end of my presentation. I hope I haven't taken too much time. If you want to get in touch, please write the email.
Thank you very much. I think, stay please. Any question? I know that there are also people connected. Okay. Thank you very much. I think it's quite interesting because something that I didn't know in general, the data for renewable in the renewable heating and cooling sector. In general, to be honest, I think gender equality is a matter that should be addressed in any sectors of our economy. But that's of course that is quite for renewable. It's quite relevant. Thank you. Don't hide. Stay there, because I have some questions also for you. Anyway, I think, okay, it's an Italian roundtable, but I guess we have in the audience quite experts in general in the renewable heating and cooling. So I'm going to have questions for our panelists, but if you want to participate here and to say your opinion, you're more than welcome. Because we're going to also speak about some best practice for other countries, for example, so you can give your witnesses. So I'm looking to specific people here around. Okay, I know that you're tired, but it's a way to wake up a little bit in this a lazy afternoon. Anyway, so maybe we can start with a very general ice-breaking question, just to warm up a little bit. Okay, let's do like that, because apparently we can't give you the microphone there. So maybe Ricardo, you wanna come here? Yeah. Yeah, Marco also, please come here. Don't be afraid, I'm not killing you. And yeah, maybe I can call Matteo. Come here. Yeah, or you can, yeah, exactly. I gonna pass you. So we saw that the heat and cooling sector in Italy is overwhelmingly reliant too much on fossil fuel. In a very nutshell, 2-3 words, which are the main measure that we should implement to accelerate the decarbonization of the heating and cooling sector in Italy? The mic is yours. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for question and invitation. I'm energy system modeler actually, so I work developing computer models to simulate and optimize the whole energy system, so not just heating and cooling sector, but also all the interaction between sectors. So I can give my perspective there. So yeah, for sure, what we see from our scenarios, future scenarios, is always importance to the side of energy efficiency, of course, but also the electrification of the sector. This is what we see in the future, and the importance of flexibility. So these, let's say, 3 big topics are also the ones that I think are the most relevant, and it's very important to incentivize these subsectors, let's say.
Okay, thank you. Marco.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Marco Dall'Ombra, and here on behalf of Assoclima. Assoclima is the Italian Association of Manufacturer, Importer and Distributor of HVAC products, so heating, ventilation and air conditioning products. First of all, I would like to share my experience as past, because I'm not working anymore. I'm a passionate, so this is the reason why I'm here supporting Assoclima. I want to share my experience working with women engineers. I was leading a team composed by, at that time, 30% of women and 70% of men. the most performing, the most commitment were women. And I'm really proud of the fact that all of them have been able also to grow and to become really leading groups. It doesn't matter women or men. So my suggestion is to invest and to judge. Of course, it can be, let me say, obviously, but because we are looking at that time, this kind of numbers, we have to consider that look at the people for what they can bring to your organization. Doesn't matter. But in any case, I suggest to have much more women than men. Also because they are much more loyal to the company if the environment looks good. Back to your question, sorry for this first comment.
Any kind of transition, so the gender transition is important.
No, but at that time, because I'm old enough, it was not an issue. So nobody was talking about gender. When you are hiring people, you were looking for good people, committed people, people that want to work hard and learn a lot. And it was not easy to have women explaining technical contents. I'm expecting my customer at the time and today to plumbers, because plumbers in this kind of application, women are, let me say, unknown practically. At the end of the explanation, they were respecting so much the engineer, not the woman. Okay, back to your question, two only things, very short. One is that we need to be updated. I don't know if there is the slide that I was sending, but it's not so important, but it's for the people from remote could be interesting. Only one. What is important is to keep update calculation to what is happening in the real life. So on the graph on your left, you see the blue line. The blue line is the trend of the heating degree days in Italy since the 80 to today. And you see that is decreasing. The trend is decreasing. What does it mean? The winter is becoming warmer. And if you take a look on the red line, this is the summer, and the summer is becoming hotter. But there are some rules that are applied. And if you continue to use what is written on the paper in terms of heating degrees days or outdoor design temperature, this will result in making mistakes, because you, in considering heat pump, for example, you oversize the heat pump itself, and this is not good for the system, is not good for the incentive and the end user, because they have to pay more for a capacity that is not needed. And in addition, you will ask more to the grid in terms of power supply when it's not needed. So what we say is extremely important to keep update as much as possible the way we are making calculation compared with the reality. Second point, we move on the right side of the slide. Each column represented the seasonal COP that a heat pump, an electric heat pump, has to achieve in order to have the same running cost of a gas boiler, a conventional gas boiler, non-condensing, that is the most diffused still in Italy. And in the horizontal lines represent the SCOP, the lower and the highest level of efficiency of a high-to-water heat pump delivering water temperature of water at 55 degrees, so in A++ class. That is the most sold in Italy. You see that in order to have the balance, the cost of electricity is crucial. And before somebody was talking about energy poverty and so on, the solution is to reform the market of the electricity, providing the benefit of renewables to end user in order not only to push them to enjoy an electrical heat pump, but to gain using an electrical heat pump and having a cost that is sustainable today and also in the future. This is the reason why we are supporting to change the today market, the today way in order to define the cost, better the price, because the cost is another topic. The price to the end user in order to have cheap electricity and let them enjoy the advantages of an electric heat pump.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just moved because I didn't know if I was in front of the slide.
Okay, maybe I can complement very shortly with some conclusions from what we saw today. We saw a very nice example from Dominic showing his house, which shows quite clearly how even in a single house, the carbonization of heating and cooling need complex systems. Complex doesn't mean, of course, complicate. It's quite different. It means that it has to, but you have to have a certain knowledge. And I think, again, Dominic was stressing that one of the barriers is the training of installers. So I think there is really a bottleneck. Usually installers, they want it all and they want it now, just to say like the Queen said. But the point is that it is not possible to do the energy transition. This can't be done like that. And since sometimes the installers are the, how could I say, the interface between the user and the decarbonization, it's very important that we are able to communicate that. And I would say almost the same for the ESCOs, for the energy advisors. So it's very rare. I had a meeting some days ago with an ESCO and they say, we are quite peculiar because we also deal with heating. And for me, it was a very nice point, but on the other hand, it was a bit sad because this was something really peculiar. So I think we should insist towards these two categories of actors, so installers and energy advisors.
Yeah, we're going to speak about the skilling of the installers. I think it's one of the aspects that we should really address. Thank you, Riccardo. Stay here. I would like to have another question, but for Luca and Antonino. Anyway, sorry, before we go to the second question, anyone from the audience wants to add something or comment, also coming from different countries that have a similar situation, relying, like heating and cooling, relying too much on fossil fuel? Okay. Okay, so going a little bit more in practical way, can you name or do you have any practical case studies or good example or good practice that we should be inspired by to accelerate again the transition of the heating and cooling sector in Italy?
Thank you for the question. I would like to come back to the solar field, not with the slide,
no,
but just imagine the slides I showed you before, because I think that doing such kind of installation, especially for an industry whose core business is not centered in energy, is quite interesting and could bring benefits to those that without such kind of support would never been so skilled to realize something like that. The support that we receive in the European project was not just about fundings, but it was also in terms of competencies that helped us in our everyday work of analysis, of maintenance, of handling the process that a new system, completely new in a company whose core business is about spirits, so nothing to do with energy, is very helpful and can give the right approach to develop internally the skills that once the project will be completed, will be handed, can make the company independent in handling the new technology and in also improving it in terms of efficiency, adapting to the new processes that can arise throughout the years and so on. So I think that this could be an example of a successful case study applicable in an industrial cases.
Okay. Yeah, please clap.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I briefly comment on that, because I think that's really a key point. This morning, Christian Alter was underlining the fact that all the technologies were proof of concept. You remember this green stuff. And I thought, okay, that's true, but what is the perception? And I think, for example, this kind of application of solar thermal we were discussing also today during lunch, I think there is no perception of the proof of concept. So examples like that should not only be developed, but then really communicated a lot. So I'm thinking what Spain did, for example, they did a very nice solar process heat guide with lots of examples, with guidelines for integration and so on. So we really need to show that this is not something at the level of research, not because I want to say that research is at a lower level, but of course that they are already on the market.
Raising awareness, communication also, it's fundamental. I understand, of course.
And also technical communication, let's say.
I totally agree. I totally agree. Okay, as I have another question, but I guess we mentioned a lot upskilling of workers, so probably we can go directly to that question. Marco and Apre, do you feel like to speak about upskilling of workers in renewable heating and cooling? I know that probably for women, I don't know if you want to add something from what said Marco, feel free to intervene. Marco, you can, yeah. Thank you, Antonino. Thank you, Riccardo. I'm not keeping you standing all the time. Yes. We mentioned the fact that upskilling, the skilling of installers of work in renewable heating and cooling is fundamental. I still remember when I visit a plant, a cogeneration plant in Italy a few years ago, and basically they have a little bit of coal, just a backload for the DC heating sector. And basically, of course, the organization, I don't say the name, but they were accelerated decarbonization using waste to create heat. And then when we did the visit of the facility, basically the engineers just highlight the role of coal, and it was really a communication failure there, and I was shocked. And basically what happened is I was told that the trade union of engineers were boycotting the acceleration and the transition and the use of other source, because of course they were skilled in the use of coal. So of course for them would be probably a potential loss of work. So then gave me the idea that of course upskilling or reskilling installers, worker in the renewables, it's fundamental. The way we don't have a just transition and we don't have enough workers to work on the new renewable sources. So from your experience, you said that you have a long experience. How much is important the upskilling of installer, or anyway of worker in energy sector to accelerate the decarbonization of the heating and cooling sector in Italy or in Europe in general, of course?
Of course, it's important from several point of view and from several aspects to be considered. It's not difficult to engage installer. Our members, but generally speaking, companies start 15 years ago in explaining to installer what was a heat pump, how it works, how to install correctly, and the same we did with consultant. All the process started in 2000, more or less. At that time, everywhere you were able to find there was no conflict among the two industries, because one industry was providing cooling, another one was providing heating. And later, the ones that were providing cooling started to make reversible units, so start also to provide heating. And gradually, they gain market. Today, we are in the situation where traditional heating manufacturers are strong competitors and they have a very strong knowledge in heat pumps. This is part of the transition. So when you are talking about transition, transition started in 2000. This was the origin. So when the first cooling units became an heat pump, at that time we had the transition. So I'm fully optimistic based on my experience that you can teach any installer to install both, because you have to keep in life the existing units and you have to introduce the new one. So it's possible. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of commitment. It's a matter of money. 2023 is the European year for skills. So there is money available. In Italy, the responsibility belongs to region. They have already did a good job because when was approved and entering force in Italy, the directive on renewables, they started to organize training with installers. So what is important is to, every time there is a possibility to dialogue with the organization of the installer, to invest time, to have in each budget of each company enough money in order to organize, visit, invite the installer to visit factories and show how a unit is born. And all the company has already some training center where they are inviting installer in order to start to learn and later, important, to make professional training in order to put the hands inside the units. Only one suggestion, the last, they have to pay. Because if it is for free, you have 50% of the people that the day of the meeting, they will not arrive. So let them pay, eventually later reimburse them. You will have loyal people with a lot, big engagement, huge engagement in learning.
Okay, thank you. It's very true that 2023 is very focusing at the European level on skilling, because many funding programs now they're gonna cover also the upskilling of workers in any kind of fields. Thank you. Now wait, stay here. You have another, yeah. But I invite on the floor again, yes, Ricardo and Miriam. You wanna come? I have a question about the empowerment of citizens and consumer to accelerate the transition. Miriam, you present the role of women, of course, and women are, of course, also citizens and consumer. I know that you are a super expert on communities and of course, empowerment of bottom-up approach. Marco, from your experience. So let's a little bit speak about the role, the bottom-up approach, the role of citizen, consumer, women, of course, on the acceleration of the decarbonization process. Yeah.
Okay, well, from my point of view, as mentioned, I am the national contact point of Horizon Europe. And what I see in this regard is that the European Commission itself, when they ask for a proposal, when they develop a calls for proposal in any field, to be honest, they require the involvement of citizens. They require the consortia working on the proposal to think about the social impact of the innovative solutions that they want to develop, and to involve the perspective of citizens in the process of innovation development. So this leads me to a conclusion, that to a thought actually, that the citizens and in general the consumers should be involved in at different levels when we are trying to first develop a certain technology or innovative solution in general, whether it is a product or a service. The different levels are the education. You need to inform them about what you are trying to do, to retrieve inputs from their side on how this item, this solution can better meet their needs, the requirements that they have in their daily life. You may involve them in the innovation development themselves. More often, these calls for proposal require to describe the innovation management, how you do, and whether you embed a cross-disciplinary approach, which is not just merging different academic methodologies or knowledge, but it's also involving non-academic actors such as citizens through, for instance, citizen science. And also they should eventually also engage through collective energy initiatives, for instance. Let's talk about energy communities, for instance, that they are super relevant at the moment. And on this topic, I actually would like to give back the mic to the expert.
Thanks.
Thank you, Miriam. Very on point.
Yes, I think that was perfect link to what I would like to say. Actually, I would like to say a lot of things, but I cannot. So we had the discussion also during the Euroheat and Power Congress. I think it was very interesting. Of course, this point of the energy communities is really a great opportunity. And once again, there, the heating and cooling sector is, I would say, almost completely neglected. So once again, we should do a good communication work to have this topic also included within the energy community, which is also, once again, from a communication point of view, a very relevant topic at the moment. What I also, I just want to tell you this small anecdote. So yesterday, in the conference, I was reached by a deputy mayor for environment of quite a small municipality here close to Turin, and she's really convinced of developing a heating community. So energy community based on heatings with a small district heating grid.
Your eyes bright, I guess.
Yes, of course. I said, really? Without looking for you? So no, that means that there is something, there is more awareness than in the past. Something is moving, and I think we should rely on these cases. And I would link to that, maybe to be a bit more practical. I already told that at the conference. So there are some collection of nice case studies of community approach with heating. For example, there is a very nice German brochure. It's in German, but who does not understand, just put it in the translator and it works perfectly.
Or ask Dominic.
Or ask Dominic, exactly. And you have, if I don't get wrong, 12 cases. And this is very interesting because they show more or less all the possible levels of commitment and on involvement of the citizens. So from the full property through a cooperative, for example, to a lower level of involvement where anyway there is a utility, maybe a municipal owned utility managing the system and developing the system and investing, and the citizen anyway have their say in developing the project and then in, for example, the decision, investment decision and so on. And just to close, it would be, I think, a very interesting topic to put somewhere also in the platform, in the RHC. So I was trying to get your invitation, Marco, to try to contribute in some ways. I don't know if this can be in the new working group on social science and humanities, because anyway, as you were saying, is connected with the people. So, but I think this is really a hot topic that we should somehow ride, let's say.
Thank you a lot. Miriam, stay. You can rest a bit. I call to the floor, Matteo, to speak a little bit about financing. APRE, we know, is a national contact point. You have a great experience. You are quite reached out by Italian organization for any kind of project, not just heating and cooling, of course. And you as a representative of EURAC Scientific and Research Institute, financing, I guess, is quite important. So thoughts about the status of financing, also European level. So Horizon, the role, how much Italian organization, some means Horizon, if this is relevant, Horizon in the Italian energy transition, and from the point of view of EURAC, we also EURAC Power collaborate a lot in many projects with EURAC, but what can be improved from your point of view, from the point of view of financing? national and European level to, support the energy transition. We have, okay, yeah, you have it. It's working. Unit was switching up.
Okay. Yeah. So as UREC, we have several. Let's say we write a lot of project proposal, and we have currently several projects in the field of sustainable heating and cooling, as both Horizon calls and H2020, and yes, for maybe one of the hot topic at the moment is fifth generation district heating. So this is also something where we got lucky and good at working in this topic in project proposals, and I have especially colleagues working in the field, and I think this is let's say very important for future decarbonization of the energy system also. And yeah, so mainly these, but also I think something which is I think is very innovative is the use of heat pumps and for district heating applications. So to study how to decarbonize, for example, I work in Bolzano in South Tyrol in the north region of Italy, where district heating is very common technology, diffused in each city. Most of them are based on cogeneration power plants based on natural gas, but and so we are studying a way to decarbonize these systems, and that's why I think this is also a very interesting topic for financing and European projects from our perspective.
But from the Italian point of view, do you think the Italian government, Italian institution, should do more in terms of financing for research institute, or it's fine, you don't struggle to get financed by Italy?
We are usually more successful in European calls than in Italian calls. That's why maybe we are.
Why, in your opinion? There's any reason? It is a matter of proposals submitted, or
it's about also the number of possibilities that there are at European level with many different programs, so like Horizon calls, Interreg, cooperation between Italy and Austria, different type of Interreg calls are those that we usually are more interested in it. At the moment, there are also Italian interesting projects like PNRR that are currently running right now, and we are in a couple of them, and we are also working on the topic of sustainable heating and cooling. But in the past, we were not very successful in Italian calls, and maybe also the opportunities were less. Were few.
That's reinforced my idea that we should have more heating and cooling dedicated funding national program in general. We recently mapped at national level all the heating and cooling funding scheme at national level, and were very few compared, for example, to energy efficiency building. Of course, they're fundamental, but then we create not a level play field with the other sectors. So heating and cooling always compete with hydrogen, for example, of the entire building sector, and that's create a little bit of problem. So your witness is quite relevant. It says that there is a shortage of supply of programs at national level that doesn't allow you to submit many proposals. So it's interesting. So European level, exactly. So how fundamental is Horizon in Italy to support research innovation in the heating and cooling sector, and what could be do more also in collaboration with maybe Italian funding program, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that in the field of energy, the Italian research and innovation community is pretty successful. We are one of those countries with the higher success rate in the past program. I think it's energy transport and a few others, which is really encouraging. This means that we have the competencies and we have the all the elements that makes us competitive at the European level, because in fact it is true that EURAC has more European projects than eventually Italian ones, but I would like to underline the fact that Horizon Europe, as the past framework programs, are really competitive. You first of all need to develop international consortia. You need to think global wise, meaning work on innovative solutions that are not just innovative for the country where you are located, but for the world as a whole. And also, but then to get back to the question, are there founding opportunities? There are many in the field of energy. Some of them opened on the 4th of March. So if you are interested, you can go and check. And of course, if you need
Which
support,
program in Purdue?
Horizon Europe Cluster 5. There are some energy calls that are that opened at the beginning of May. So you have time until autumn to prepare your proposals. And in fact, if you need information, we as APRE provide this kind of support free of charge. Additionally, I mean, apart from Horizon Europe, there are very good opportunities coming from the PNRR. And a fun fact is that in the framework of the projects that you will be submitting for the National Plan for Resilience, you have to identify a connection with Horizon Europe. This proves that the national plan, this national founding program, has finally the ambition to sort of scale up toward the European standards, like we didn't have until the not very not much time ago. In fact, Italian founding are usually, the European founding that goes through the public authorities are usually very difficult to approach because they are rusty in terms of bureaucracy. But in this case, of course, we are noticing this spur of making things better smoothly for the proposer, which is, I think, very crucial.
That's really very true in the sense that, and also sometimes I guess, in my opinion, the co-financing rate at national level is quite low, and many public funded or research institute academia, they cannot afford to get this low co-financing rate in general. So it's a great. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Wait, I don't free you. Yeah, it's complicated like that. Yeah. So we spoke about financing, we spoke about upscale, etc. Then let's speak a little bit about policy. So there are some countries like the Netherlands and UK that they practically implemented some quite strong policy, for example, banning individual gas boiler. Do you think that such kind of solution can be feasible in Italy? Yes, no, why we should do something similar?
Okay, I give a short answer, but I think also it would be interesting to involve Marco.
Marco has another question for him.
No, I cannot really say whether, it's feasible. I don't know if it's the right way to go. I'm not sure about that. I am sure that if such a decision is taken, then it should be really accompanied by by other measures that make it effective, let's say. So you just can't say, okay, let's get rid of the gas boiler, but you should start from now, understand how you will replace them. So I'm thinking about the upskills. So first of all, very important to update the training of installers. And I would say also that there should be really a good communication towards users, final users. So, and explain them why you put this ban, so that it's for the good of everybody, of the, not only, I would say, not only of the environment as a philosophical stuff, but really also of their money, of their especially security of supply and price. So I think that's feasible in principle. Once again, I cannot swear that it's the best solution, but I think that if we decide to go for that way, we should really accompany it with a lot of, let's call it soft measures for making it effective.
Of course, also in the involvement of, for example, consumer and citizens, if you help them through subsidies, and we're going to talk about subsidies maybe, you know, that can accelerate and support this, because of course people need them. Thank you, Riccardo. Matteo, what do you think?
I prepared some numbers here. I was, let's say, preparing myself for this, and I look at the different, let's say, market, because I think it's important to understand, let's say, the current situation in order to then put some targets and everything. And let's say, I saw that the European Commission has this objective to install 10 million heat pumps by 2027. And they also aim to increase this number with the European Heat Pump Action Plan. So with the phase out by 2029 of standalone boilers. And this is, let's say, the target at European level. And then I look at the market in Italy, looking at data from the European Heat Pumps Association.
We have a representative here.
And something that really surprised me, looking at the data, comparing the data from 2021 to 2020, are the sales for hybrid heat pumps, which increased a lot in 1 year of more than 8 times, from 7,000 to 60, more than 60,000 units. This is an impressive rise, increase of sales of this type. And of course, if Italy decide to put this very let's say challenging target, it's important to define the gradual steps to meet this target. And we have seen in different projects that the application of heat pumps, of hybrid heat pumps, could be really important, especially for buildings that are not renovated and has not seen a full insulation to reduce the energy demand. Of course, it's not the final, let's say, solution, because in a hybrid heat pumps, usually you have, on average in Italy, it's between 70 and 90% energy production covered by the poor heat pump, and the remaining part from the backup boilers, which is usually based on natural gas. So just to say that, and maybe another data on heat pumps on the market, we reached in 2021 in Italy, reversible high water heat pumps reached almost 100,000 units sold on the market. But which also here we have a big increase of the sales on the market, but we also need to consider that the gas boilers sales in 2021 were more than 1 million units. So there is still a lot to do before, let's say, switching completely to heat pumps or hybrid heat pumps. So we need to define very well the gradual steps to meet these targets.
Graduality, of course, it's the key. I understand. Yeah, you want to add something?
I just wanted to add, I forgot one key point. Of course, if one decides to go for that, then one also stimulates somehow the national industry to cope with this new opportunity. So you are giving numbers for the heat pumps. So to really be able to produce and sell and install, we saw this morning as a barrier, let's say, of course, the skilled workforce and also the production capacity. So it's important that they go hand in hand.
Okay, thank you. And here we come thank you. You can rest. Here we come another aspect of this transition, subsidies, for example. Invite Marco. How much is important the role of subsidies in this transition, your opinion, Marco?
At the end, let me put on the table this kind of approach. As an association, we do support to tackle this immense transformation of our society, taking in mind how to get there. We are not interested to talk about each single technology available for. So if we have to decarbonize, put on the table all the available solutions in a scale of time, because some solutions today are not available. Others are mature solutions. So we need to plan. So what is needed today till 2030? What we have to plan to have ready after 2030 in order to go to zero in 2050. So we don't mind. We are only asking to consider if heat pump and what have been mentioned, the decision of the European Commission and so on, is quite clear that heat pump is one of the 7 strategic technology in order to be deployed in order to achieve security and all those things. Second point, if you wanted to scale the diffusion heat pump, bring the cost of electricity down for the end user. When the price will be fair enough and self-sustainable, you can also reduce the incentive, because you cannot ask to be incentivized forever. And if you have the cost of electricity down, you will also tackle the topic of the energy poverty, because energy poverty belongs to the cost of the energy, not of the technology. And let me say, I don't like, if I remember, someone said 80% of the European citizen is close to energy poverty, is correct? 8? Okay, let's focus on the 92% that can afford this kind of investment and provide to them solutions that they can afford. The 8% is not difficult to solve. Not easy, but not difficult. There is the Social Climate Fund, 85 billion a year available. Make a plan and you will solve. Also because usually they are not living, they are renting a house. They are not the owner of the house. So there is an owner behind. So deal with the owner in order to make the intervention, supporting this way. But we have to focus on the 92%. Many times I said that the storytelling, heat pumps is not fitting all the application. In this meeting, heat pump have been mentioned by everybody in any application. And what we said is, okay, let's focus on the application where heat pump is suitable. Where it's not suitable, put a solution that can work in this kind of solution. So for incentive, good, but we have to work in order to prepare the next step. And the next step is a self-sustaining solution.
More practical approach than just ideological, you think, approach in the transition.
We don't need to put technology one against the other.
Yeah, of course.
What I said is, and for example, I'm personally not fan to all the technology that have been discussed today, but it's not, okay, of course, it's not important what I personally think, but it's not a point that is interesting because we need all the solution. We have to manage because there is not a perfect solution, and we have to gradually give the floor to the solution. They are a long time perspective, so they can become zero energy. Because a heat pump or any kind of device that is working with electricity, if we will be able to provide 100% renewable electricity, is full renewable. And there are solutions that are for the physics. They are using renewables and adding other that is impossible. But if you bring to them renewable fuel, again, you have solved the problem. So I do suggest, this is also an approach coming from the association, we don't like to talk about one technology compared with another. We are interested to have the cooperation in order to support each other, in order to go there, to achieve the final target. And from this point of view, all the people in the audience here and also connected online, you are open to contact us because one of our commitment is to be open. So also in Italy, we have to increase our way to cooperate among associations in order to go there as a citizen.
Thank you. Stay there because you gave me the assist for the last question about no competition, so collaboration. I invite all the speakers to have a last statement or a last say a remark on the. Yeah, please come, don't be shy. It's voluntary, so you're not obliged to say something, but I guess you should come. I asked the cameraman if they should go a little bit more. I think it's the hardest panel I moderated in the last 3 days. Yeah. Okay. So we said no competition, of course, integration. So how, just a final, really a final remark, how stakeholder in Italy, but in general, so in the cooling sector, should collaborate in the industry, research, government, in general policymaker, citizens, how they should collaborate to have a successful transition. It's very, very open, hard. It's very open question.
I give one input. I mean, it's not maybe the best one or the only one, but for me, what it sounds almost sometimes ridiculous as a researcher and as a stakeholder is the fact that these topics are somehow kind of objects of debate for political parties, in the sense that someone agrees and someone disagrees. For me, that is completely ridiculous. So of course there could be differences but slight difference on the way we get there, let's say. But for me, it's very important that even from a practical level, so I'm dreaming about something like a permanent table on energy and climate that can stay any government is on, let's say.
I can think about, I speak to my, thank you, Riccardo.
Maybe I can say about the relation between research centers and industries. One thing that we have seen the last few years is an increase of, let's say, demand for using our labs that are now certified also in the field of sustainable heating and cooling, so to test a certain material or device, and and I think there is a lot of interest from industry sector for this type, because infrastructure is very expensive, and also to maintain active this and certify this infrastructure is very expensive. And I think it's a good opportunity for industries, also for small and medium enterprises to access this knowledge and to test their products.
This infrastructure facility.
Yeah.
This is actually a beautiful example because some people don't know. Who wants to add something? Okay. Yeah. Industry. Now we talk about this
so
exactly.
I can give another input from another point of view from the industry. I think that the EU has already some good tools in their hand to foster the collaboration from government, above all from research institutes and industry. And Horizon Europe is a good example of this best practice, not only financing project, but also giving the skill and the knowledge to manage that project in the right way. So coming back to our experience in the Ship2Fair project, in that project we had the chance to collaborate with other industries that they are providing other goods, but they are industries and they have needs and situation issue similar to ours. So we had the chance to share our situation. Then also with technology providers across Europe in different countries, and also with several, 8 at least, research institutes in different areas. So from the energy characterization, from the energy analytics, from the IT infrastructure. So for example, the infrastructure we need to transfer data from our installation to the cloud, then to make some analytics, and then back with the result of that. And then with expert in predictive modeling to use the data that we are providing from the field with a predictive modeling. And honestly, we never had the chance to keep in touch with so high skill and so high knowledge without a project driven by the European or like that. So I think the tools are already available. Maybe just to share or to reunite this kind of project, to keep to touch as much people or as much organization as possible to bring this knowledge across all the countries.
Thank you very much. Marco, really, or you want to?
No, I want only to say thank you for the invitation. It was extremely useful for me, and thank you also for EPA for sharing this invitation, and I hope to have the opportunity in the future to have also contact with the other colleagues in the room and also in remote.
Thank you for.
Well, in this case, okay, just a few considerations. I wanted to reinforce what was just said regarding the collaboration among the different actors. This is crucial because we saw at the bottlenecks for the take up of these kind of technologies and the development of this kind of technologies, and they regards all the different aspects, the regulation, the behavior, the technology obstacles, and so on and so forth. This calls for all the actors to be involved inevitably. And of course, a way is in Horizon Europe to collaborate, but as was eventually mentioned, it's certainly very important to build this kind of opportunities, like with the platform where the different sector experts meet, they coordinate, they exchange perspectives. I think it's very valuable. And I would also like to pinpoint that the different regions in Italy and in Europe, they have smart specialization. Smart specialization is a way the region decides where invest. And energy is certainly, and eventually also renewable heating and cooling, is certainly a field where according to the region, all the investments should go, and a way to build community, you know, around this kind of sector or field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. An applause to our panelists, and I call Andrei for some closing remarks. Ricardo, if you have the taxi, you can fly away, or you have time? Yeah, still like 5 minutes, perfectly in time. Thank you. You can sit down. Thank you.
Thank you once again to all the panelists of the National Roundtable. It's my pleasure to close today's conference. My name is Andrej Misech. I'm one of the organizing members from the Secretariat of Renewable Heating and Cooling ETIP. And I must say, especially also from this last roundtable, I get a really positive feeling about heating and cooling sectors. But also, of course, taking into considerations all the interesting presentations we heard today, I feel like there is more attention to heating and cooling sectors from the European Commission, but also the deployment is increasing rapidly across the EU and national level. But of course, more support is needed. And we all, of course, believe that European technology and innovation platform on renewable heating and cooling is one of the right platforms to really help support the different technologies, heating and cooling technologies. So as a segue, I wanted to once again remind you how you can become members very easily by going to the website of Renewable Heating and Cooling Platform and joining as a regular member. You can then, of course, go a step further and become an active member of one of the technology panels, or you can be an active member of one of the horizontal working groups. You might have noticed in session 3 that we have 5 horizontal working groups on the different end users, on buildings, district heating and cooling, industries, cities, and now recently established solar, social sciences and humanities. And in case that you're interested in a specific topic only, you can, of course, step in at some specific moment and participate only on drafting on a specific report for the European Commission on, or for a general knowledge. So you can, as I said, visit the website, or you can approach one of the Secretariat partners in the room, or by email afterwards, of course. And after saying this, the only one thing left is to thank you very, very much for joining the conference, to all the speakers, moderators, governing board members, or general members of Renewable Heating and Cooling ETIP who traveled to Turin, to all the participants online, but especially in the room. It takes extra effort to come in person to the venue and be here for the whole day, and we really appreciate it. So I cannot emphasize that enough. We hope that some of the, or all of the presentations today have been worthwhile of your time and being here. So have a safe trip home, and hopefully see you in one of the next future editions of the Renewable Heating and Cooling ETIP conference. So thank you once again.